When the game gets rough and this life just seems so tough, make we talk, my people, make we talk. When this town becomes an ugly place, don't let it erase the smile from your face. Make we talk, people, make we talk. Conversation is the key, a guiding light for you and me. Spark a talk and you will see. Conflict solver A to Z. World leaders master the art of self-defense just by talk. So people, make we talk. When the game gets rough and this life just seems so tough, make we talk, my people, make we talk. When this town becomes an ugly place, don't let it erase the smile from your face. Make we talk, people, make we talk. Conversation is the key, a guiding light for you and me. Spark a talk and you will see. Conflict solver A to Z. World leaders master the art of self-defense just by talk. So people, make we talk. Hey, we're living in a world that on ourselves. When the game gets rough and this life just seems so tough, make we talk, my people, make we talk.
Good afternoon, good evening, good evening. We're listening, watching from around the world and the Eastern Caribbean. Welcome to another edition of the Make We Talk program with yours truly, Jeffrey T. Like, share, and subscribe. Like, share, and subscribe. The heart of the program going to start at 7 o'clock, but we decided to start now. One of the reasons why we decided to start now is because I want to talk about something that is being brandished by the Minister of Energy, the goodly Darrell Vaz. Mr. Vaz's rubbishing claim that there is no oil in Jamaica, neither he and the United Oil and Gas. It begs to ask the question though, what is really going on? I want to say good afternoon to all of those who are just joining us. All of those who are just joining us from around the world on the Eastern Caribbean. Those on our TikTok page, good afternoon to you. Good evening to you. It begs to ask the question, what is really going on in this country of ours? We don't know who to believe or who not to believe. And why I say that is because Mr. Vaz's continued rubbishing claim that there is no oil in Jamaica. But on the same breath, the company that wants to do the drilling in Jamaica for oil, hold on for me, sorry. The company that wants to do drilling in Jamaica has had a presentation at the Jamaican embassy in Washington, D.C. Sorry, in London, England. And it begs to ask, what is really going on? I just want to say thank you all for joining us tonight. We're going to start the program from now, but at 7 o'clock, we have former Jamaican ambassador to the United Nations, Ambassador Curtis Ward, is coming on. And at 8 p.m., we have the daughter of former Minister of National Security, former Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, former Senator, the Honorable Stacey Knight. His daughter is coming on, Stacey Knight. She will be our special guest tonight at 8 p.m. We're also going to have on the program here Jamaica at 7 p.m. We're also going to have our good friend Wilfred Radigan and also Lady Marie will be coming on. So we have a packed program this afternoon, a very packed program. Until they come on, I'm going to start the program because I need to find. I want to say good afternoon. Sorry to my moderator, Walking in Divine Purpose. Good afternoon to you. I'm supposed to start the program at 7, but I start earlier. I do apologize. I should have let you know. I do apologize about that. We sit down and we hear these people in the parliament yapping them out. And we say to ourselves, then who is telling the truth? Who is telling the truth about the oil that they found in the country? If there is any oil. That's what we need to find out. And I say to myself that I'm going to do a program on this, I'm going to do a program on this because I need to know what or who is telling a lie. That's what I want to find out. So this afternoon, I'm going to present something to you all this afternoon. Just bear with me, please. I'm going to do something here. Mr. Rattigan. Yes. I don't understand what is really going on. There's a video I want to play for you. And I hope the audio come out clearly. Because anything, and I remember asking former Jamaican ambassador to London, Ambassador Luma Samba, about this. Any presentation is being done in any of the Jamaican embassy overseas, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade has to know about this. All right? They have to know about this. And I want to play a video for you all. I want you to listen to this video. The presentation was conducted in the halls of Jamaica's embassy in London, England. And the company who did the presentation said it Jamaican ambassador to London was there. So when you hear Darrell Vass coming to the parliament, until now neither Mr. Vaz nor the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade address this issue. No one addressed this issue. Listen to this video here from the people. I want you all to listen to this.
Well, we've built a very close relationship with the island of Jamaica and the government, not only the host government, but the political opposition as well. Everybody's very keen and supportive to see this well drilled, purely because of the economics, the potential upside and value. The size of the prize is huge for what is a reasonably low minimum investment. In fact, as a demonstration of the support of the government, they've kindly hosted us this evening for evening's shareholder event, which we're very excited about.
The energy demand for the world is going to be fulfilled all the way out to 2050 by at least between 40 and 50% coming from fossil fuels. We're in an energy transition. Transitions take decades, and there's a growing realization that reserves have to be replaced in order to meet that energy demand.
Well, the potential is huge. It's a potentially life-changing license for the island of Jamaica. The size and scale and value is truly mind-blowing. This project could be potentially 7 billion barrels of recoverable oil. It could potentially double the GDP of the island as a standalone project, and it could also generate over $30 billion of tax take for the island of Jamaica. So the scale is quite substantial.
The Jamaican opportunity is really a unique one. It's a massive acreage holding, over 22,000 square kilometres, which is the equivalent of 3.5 million football pitches, and really the opportunity to be first mover in a country that is energy hungry, that would like to replace its imports with indigenous supply. More than that, the way that we're looking at Jamaica now, and the technical work that's advanced, we see a real opportunity for a string of pearls in terms of exploration and development. And we're really looking at early commercialization and how we can do that. And with that, we've built...
Okay, what I'm going to do, I'm going to play it from my phone, because apparently there's something going on with the audio here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to play it from my phone from the beginning. Bear with me, please. I want you to listen to this, because something not adding up. Something not adding up. Something not smell good. Something not add up. And I don't know why they take us for a bunch of idiots in this country. Hold on there for me. I don't know why they take us as if we are some dodo heads. One moment, please. One moment, please.
This relationship with the island of Jamaica and the government, not only the host government, but the political opposition as well. Everybody's very keen and supportive to see this well drilled, purely because of the economics, the potential upside and value. The size of the prize is huge for what is a reasonably low minimum investment. And in fact, as a demonstration of the support of the government, they've kindly hosted us this evening for this evening's shareholder event, which we're very excited about.
The energy demand for the world is going to be fulfilled all the way out to 2050 by at least between 40 and 50% coming from fossil fuels. We're in an energy transition. Transitions take decades. And there's a growing realization that reserves have to be replaced in order to meet that energy demand.
The potential is huge. It's a potentially life-changing license for the island of Jamaica. The size and scale and value is truly mind-blowing. This project could be potentially 7 billion barrels of recoverable.
That the opportunity to...
Shareholders really need to get behind the story now and really support the work programme and what we're trying to achieve. Tonight's presentation will be available on our website, and I really urge our shareholders to have a read of it.
Okay, before we go any further here, let me stop this here. They said that tonight's presentation will be available on their website. I went on their website today, and there is nothing on their website. There is nothing on their website. Is the quality much better? Is it still breaking up? Let me know, please. Moderator, Madam Moderator. Is it okay now? Can somebody let me know if it's okay now, please? Anyway, there's nothing on their website now. United Oil and Gas, there's nothing. I don't see nothing on the website because I've been searching. But I want you to listen to this, because the gentleman said, tonight presentation, they're being hosted by the Jamaican ambassador to London. They're being hosted by the Jamaican ambassador to London, England. So the question that we, the Jamaican people, must ask Mr. Vaz, Darrell, Minister Darrell Vaz, and also the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, why, how is it that this company went and have a presentation at the People's Embassy, Jamaica's embassy, that's the people of Jamaica Embassy in London, and nobody in government knew about it? The ambassador himself can't host high-level meetings unless Kingston give him the go-ahead, you know. Unless downtown Kingston, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, give him the go-ahead, he can't have anything like that. So I don't understand what is going on. Only listen to some more of what this gentleman had to say, or have to say. Because something now add up. My grandmother would say something now smell good.
The technical story has evolved substantially over the last number of months, and we're really excited now. There's a number of additional leads and prospects that we've been working on, and the presentation will capture a lot of that detail.
Tonight, we gather to celebrate the partnership between United Oil and Gas PLC and the government of Jamaica, as well as to highlight the exciting...
You hear they said? Tonight, we're here to celebrate the partnership between the Jamaican government and United Oil and Gas. Yet Minister Darrell Vaz is telling the Jamaican people that he'll be the first to tell them not to go so. Come on, like up the feed, share the live feed all over, please. It's soon 7 o'clock and Ambassador Curtis Ward is coming on. Darrell Vaz is telling the Jamaican people, say not go so. Listen to some more of what this gentleman is saying. Listen to some more of this, please.
The exciting opportunities that lie ahead in Jamaica's offshore oil and gas sector. We have an esteemed lineup of speakers who will share their insights and perspectives on this important collaboration. So without further ado, let us commence our program with a warm welcome from my dear friend, His Excellency, Alexander.
We don't have time to excise and to stab Ross, Lawrence Jones and the...
As well as to highlight the exciting opportunities that lie ahead in Jamaica's offshore oil and gas sector. We have an esteemed lineup of speakers who will share their insights and perspectives.
We need to get him into our shareholders to set detail.
So without further ado, let us commence our program with a warm welcome from
his dear friend. His dear friend, sorry about the bob and weave. I'm trying to get the correct thing here. His dear friend, Jamaica's ambassador to London, England. The Jamaican ambassador to London, England cannot go ahead and have a presentation unless Kingston give him the go ahead. Listen to this.
So without further ado, let us commence our program with a warm welcome from my dear friend, His Excellency, Alexander Williams, the Jamaica's High Commissioner to the United Kingdom. Your Excellency.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much, Lawrence. Lawrence has an excellent future as a politician. He speaks so fluidly and so well and so engaging. We need to get him into politics, no? So, it's my distinct honor and privilege to extend a warm welcome to each and every one of you to the United Oil and Gas PLC shareholders. We need to get him into
the technical.
for the benefit of our nation and its people.
We have many
Alexander Williams.
excitement about into.
And so well and so
Sorry about that. Is my finger touching the thing here? I do apologize about that. And producer, don't get upset with me at all. I want to stop this here. The Jamaican ambassador said that he's elated, I'm happy that this presentation could have come to the embassy.
Well, we've built a very close relationship with
To the embassy. You see? It come to the embassy. He's happy to come to the embassy. So tell me something now. Mr. Vaz is telling the people he knows nothing about this. He knows nothing about this. Let's see some more of this.
So, it's my distinct honor and privilege to extend a warm welcome to each and every one of you to the United Oil and Gas PLC shareholders and stakeholders reception hosted here at the Jamaican High Commission in the United Kingdom.
You hear that? Hosted here at the Jamaican High Commissioner in London, England. He never said hosted here at the American Embassy in London, England, or hosted here at the Cayman Islands Embassy in London, England, or hosted here by the St. Vincent and the Grenadines Embassy in London, England. It said hosted here by the Jamaican Embassy. So how is it? Okay, pause here. Let me put this over here. So let me take off this over here so for a minute here. I can move this from here so for a minute. How is it that the Jamaican Minister of Industry, is it industry? Yes. With oil and so forth. How is it that Daryl Vaz can say this to the Jamaican people? Listen to this.
Energy Minister Daryl Vaz is addressing widespread social media rumors about a supposed oil discovery on Jamaica's shores. With speculation running high, the minister stepped forward to clarify the situation. Ramon Gordon has the details.
Energy Minister Daryl Vaz is slamming as false the social media reports claiming oil has been discovered off Jamaica's shores.
As minister, I can categorically state that there's no such thing. It is absolutely fake news.
On Sunday, Minister Vaz revealed he'd received several messages on the matter. However, the energy boss is denying the claim, urging the public to disregard them.
It is just simply untrue.
The rumors, which claim the discovery of oil equivalent to 7 billion barrels, have sparked widespread speculation on social media, with some even suggesting a cover-up. However, Minister Vaz has dismissed these allegations, stating that he would be the first to share any such development if and when it occurs.
I, as minister, would be the first one to be excited to share any such good news if and when that happens. So until such time as you hear from me, while I'm minister, disregard all information in relation to Jamaica's discovery of oil.
Meanwhile, United Oil PLC, the British firm with exploration rights off Jamaica's south coast, has identified promising fields offshore St. Elizabeth and Westmoreland. These areas could potentially yield over 1 million barrels of oil per day, with total projections nearing 12 billion barrels. United Oil has until January 2026 to decide whether to proceed or abandon the license, although they've hinted at moving forward before 2028.
All right. Let me bring back in. I bring back in this for you. And I want you all to listen to all of this. Hold on there. I don't want it that way. Producers, give it this way. Yes. I want you all to listen to all of this.
Tonight we gather in the spirit of partnership and collaboration to celebrate the fruitful relationship between United Oil and Gas PLC and the Jamaican government.
The fruitful, you know. Listen to some more.
The occasion makes a significant milestone in our collective efforts to unlock Jamaica's offshore oil and gas potential and foster sustainable development for the benefit of our nation and its people.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome. And thank you very much to His Excellency Alexander Williams and, of course, Florence Jones and the JAMPRO team for hosting us here tonight. As Brian said, I'm a director at United, and I'm really excited to be here with you today to share our story and our excitement about our opportunity in Jamaica. In the next 10 to 15 minutes, I aim to take you through our exciting opportunity offshore Jamaica. I'll start at the macro level, why this opportunity makes good business sense. Then we will look at how we can monetize and realize the vast value that lies in this acreage. And finally, I'll share just a fraction of the technical evidence that we have that underpins our statements on value potential. United are in a unique position here in Jamaica. The resource potential of this basin.
You hear what she said? You hear what she said? Listen to some more of this, you know. Oil is under the surface there. Listen to some more of this.
Is huge. To date, and without the benefit of full 3D seismic coverage across the 22,000 square kilometres, and just let me give you some perspective, 22,000 square kilometres, you can put 3.5 million football pitches into 22,000 square kilometres. That's the acreage that we have, which holds over 7 billion barrels of mean prospective resources.
You hear that? You hear how much acres of oil they find off the coast of Jamaica? You hear? You hear how much oil they find off the coast of Jamaica between St. Elizabeth, Westmoreland. Between St. Elizabeth and Westmoreland, you know. How much acres of oil they find? Over 7 billion barrels of oil. So when all them people get the 7 billion barrel oil, oh no, hold on there for me. Hold on. Let me go back into this. So all when them get the 7 billion barrels of oil, our kind of dark in this country because we not going to get none. And no see corruption. It's no see the level of nepotism and the level of corruption. Listen to some more of what the lady's saying. Because, honestly, they're telling us that them not see nothing there. I want you to listen to some more of what this lady is saying here. Let's go back to this.
Barrels of mean prospective resources. So there's plenty of upside here and plenty of running room. On top of this, and very important, is that the fiscal terms here rank right at the top in terms of attractiveness. When you couple this with how supportive and flexible the government are, the first mover advantage for anyone wishing to grow a valuable business here in Jamaica for the sustainable development of the nation and your own business are undeniable. And let me say that the opportunity to participate in Jamaica is far more than an opportunity to participate in exploration. What we will be doing here is opening up a new basin. You will see later in the presentation how analogous this opportunity is to Stabroek license in Guyana. in terms of block size, resource potential, prospect size distribution, and production potential. The opportunity here is to be the first mover in building an integrated business in an energy-hungry country that desires to replace its imports and to be part of the economic development of the nation, while at the same time making substantial returns as a company. Another unique and very important aspect of this is that as we as an industry and as a nation want to accelerate and strengthen our efforts of decarbonisation and emissions management. And this is an opportunity to build a carbon neutral development from the outset, with all of the positive impacts of that on our sustainability objectives and our reputation. So a quick recap just for this section. This is an excellent opportunity for monetising exploration prospectivity. We have over 7 billion barrels, and we have a very small area of 3D, which if I walk over here...
Over 7 billion barrels. I'm going to see if I can get an oil expert person to come on the program here and discuss or explain to us what 7 billion barrels of oil mean. 7 billion barrels of oil. The lady is saying is offshore Jamaica. And they are telling us now when we came out with it, because it seems as if this video was never supposed to leak from the Jamaican embassy in London. And when it came out, I was the first one who put up this. Now I am doing a second program on it. Something not smelling good, something not smell good. We need to know what is really going on. 7 billion barrels of oil. And how much acres between St. Elizabeth and Westmoreland. That is why, like I said something to you now. Make I put up this yaso. That is why from the other day, I set up blue trucks, tipper body trucks and all kind of trucks is seen in St. Elizabeth. Miss Winnie, good afternoon to you. Good evening. Sonia Graham, good evening. Taylor, good evening. Alan, good evening. That is why a whole barrage of trucks, some blue trucks owned by some government people, is seen in St. Elizabeth. And a barrage of SUVs. No alleged. That's something we know. No alleged. No alleged. Some blue trucks down there. Some barrage of SUV. Range Rovers, X6, BMWs and Prados. Both old Prado and new Prado. Up and down in St. Elizabeth. Because, you know what they're doing? They're making sure that they're down there, you know. That them have to go down there. That when the oil start dig now and they start put out the oil platform and everything, them have some saying that, hey, dog name we supper in this country when them get it. Dog name we supper in this country. When this same United Oil and Gas, and when they do, because according to them, there's no oil on there. Okay, when the oil come out now, when they find the oil now, and them decide to captivate on it, them decide to say, yes, we're going to invest in oil now, Jamaica find oil. The $2 trillion debt we're in now go to 13 trillion when them done with this country. So when you see all of these big SUVs and these blue trucks on the roads in St. Elizabeth up and down. I don't believe Daryl Vaz needed from here to up there, sir. All of them is a bunch of liars. Then liar man, then liar evening. I can take my time talk. As other people in the house. And I don't want to disturb them. But I get emotional when I see these people going with the nonsense, you know. When the people of St. Elizabeth see all of those trucks up and down on the roads in St. Elizabeth, people wake up. And let me say it, you know, the lady said a vast amount of oil has been detected, but they're lying to us. And we must ask the question, how is it? How is it that the Jamaican ambassador to London hosts this company, United Oil and Gas, and they gave a presentation? They gave a presentation. Like up the live feed, people, and allow me to tell you no, you can't go look for yourself too. Like up the live feed, share the live feed, because we need to know this. We need to stand up for our God-given right in this country and show to them that we are not a bunch of nincompoops or a bunch of dodo heads. And it's full time that these people stop taking for a bunch of idiots, because we're not idiots. Until now, neither the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, nor Minister Vaz, nor the Prime Minister can come and tell the Jamaican people, why did United Oil and Gas have a presentation of the Jamaican Embassy in London? Why? Why did they have a presentation there if there was nothing there? Why is United Oil and Gas? I'm going to put up this here, sir. I'm going to take off this and show you something here. I take off this and show you something here. Make I move this from here for a bit. Let us show you something here. Let us show you something here. They are saying that United Oil and Gas. You all can see this? NCB Capital Market. United Oil and Gas seek more funds to support the exploration in Jamaica. United Oil and Gas, a London-based oil and gas exploration company, is raising £700,000. That's 140 million Jamaican dollars. Jamaica is to offset opportunity for United Oil and Gas to exploration in the tune of US $23 billion. And they're supposed to start all of this in the year 2025. So if nothing like that not going on, if nothing like that not going on, I can take off this and show you. You look on it, see it there? You can't see it? If nothing like this not going on, not one thing like this going on, why would United Oil and Gas approach NCB Capital Market to raise £700? That's nearly 140 million Jamaican dollars. Yet the minister of technology, you see technology, Daryl Vaz, yes, is coming and telling the people, so not go so. So tell me two questions I need to ask you, Daryl Vaz. Why would this company approach NCB Capital Market? The Jamaican dollar is going down the drain. PP, clock, PP. Rolling down Spiritual Hill, Timber Hill. Of no return. Why would they be seeking to raise $140 million on NCB Capital Market? And why would they have a presentation? Let me take this out of the way here. Why would they have a presentation at the Jamaican embassy? And no miss it so. At the Jamaican embassy in London, England, where the Jamaican ambassador or high commissioner gave a presentation there. There's also a picture, photographs of Minister Darrell Vaz shaking hands with the people from United Oil and Gas. So why is that secret to the Jamaican people? Why is it a secret to the people of this country? Why is it a secret to the people of Westmoreland and St. Elizabeth? And night after night, they see a whole barrage of SUVs, Range Rovers with some flag that fly upon him and they call no name. X6 SUVs, BMWs, Mercedes Benz, up and down in a St. Elizabeth. From down at Treasure Beach, go back up a beach, you know. The question we must ask, if this is not true, Minister Vaz, why would this company be seeking 140 million Jamaican dollars from NCB Capital Market? Why was there a presentation at the Jamaican Embassy in London where the Jamaican ambassador himself gave a presentation? Something not smell good. And all of a sudden, some blue truck in a St. Elizabeth from Timbuktu to Limbuktu. All of a sudden, some SUVs and some blue trucks is seen frequently in the local farming community of St. Elizabeth. Pretty soon, you know, see some apartment buildings that go up. And only them can get water. But the residents of St. Elizabeth can't get no water. And who want green road for who no want green road? Jeffrey, behave yourself this evening. All sort of things going on. But I want you all to listen to this. Let me take off this and go back to United Oil and Gas. Because our guests soon come on. It is now 10 minutes before 7 o'clock. At 7 o'clock, we're going to have former Jamaican ambassador to the United Nations, Ambassador Curtis Ward, is coming on to speak to us. Let's go back to United Oil and Gas here for the little time we have leave. Here it is. I want you to listen to this. Let's go back to this. I want you to listen to this. I won't interrupt this anymore. I want you all to listen to this. Let's go back to this here.
Over here, we have 3D over this area, and we have the rest of the acreage here. And with that, we have identified 21 prospects and leads. So when we shoot more 3D and when we reprocess the existing 3D, that is only going to grow. So massive upside potential here. I'll show you later, and unfortunately we don't have time, and I'm sure you maybe don't want to see it, but we have more than an hour's worth of presentation of real solid technical material of why there is an active hydrocarbon system here. All the wells that have been drilled to date have had oil shows, even way back to the 1950s. There are numerous seeps identified and sampled both onshore and offshore. There's seismic evidence for hydrocarbon migration. You don't have to be a seismologist to see it. You can see.
I don't know what seismic evidence mean. That is why sometimes you hear some earthquake going on in Jamaica. Okay, my good friend. Okay. That is why when you hear some earthquake going on in Jamaica. Because they drop something down there. To find out if oil down there. And that's why when you hear some earthquake trigger off in Jamaica. Huh? Listen to some more of what this lady is saying.
You don't have to be a seismologist to see it. You can see the chimneys rising up to the surface, the gas chimneys. The Cretaceous source rock development is that we've done some basin modelling that shows where the source rocks are and how that has been built up in the basin. We have supportive government policy in fiscal terms, and essentially the resource here is comparable to the Stabroek resource in Guyana. So massive potential in the Walton Morant and the potential to actually produce up to and exceed 1 million barrels of oil production per day. I suspect that some of you might have a question in your minds, which is, why now and not before? After all, the first well drilled here was almost 70 years ago. First, it is usual rather than unusual for frontier basins to take decades before monetization occurs. And if we think about Guyana, for example, which is the most recent frontier basin to be opened up, the first well was in the 80s and first discovery was in May 2015. The sheer scale of data acquisition and technical work that has to take place before you can work up a prospect inventory that sufficiently de-risks your acreage so that you can drill is huge, and it takes time. It's just as simple as that. So, essentially, where we are today, what's changed? Well, we understand much more about the exploration concepts here, where to target in terms of the offshore drilling. We've got a much better understanding of the basin, of the regional source rock development, etc., and the geological concepts. And we've got some high quality 3D seismic, which we're going to improve upon and reprocess and acquire more. Okay, thank you. So I've shown you the immense size of the prize at Walton Morant, and let's now consider the very important question of how we would go about unlocking that value potential. We've identified more than 7 billion barrels of potential on the block, and there are numerous prospects and leads that are greater on their own than 500 million barrels, and some that are up to 1 billion barrels in size, and you'll see more of that later in the presentation. This resource distribution gives us a great choice of initial targets to open up the block, and which provides us with great flexibility in how we approach developing the block. Any one of these large prospects alone would create excellent economic return. But given the sheer scale of the resource potential here, we would develop the area using FPSO, floating production storage offshore hubs. These are just big ships, basically, that process things on board, with multiple large discoveries tied back to each FPSO. Our goal being to develop the 7 billion barrels of resources and to reach over 1 million barrels of oil production per day from the block. Just to give you an idea, these are tried and tested conventional development techniques, and indeed exactly the same as the approach being used to unlock the value from the prolific Stabroek block owned by Exxon, Hess and CNOOC, which is offshore Guyana, where they're using multiple FPSOs as hubs to develop clusters of discoveries. We also have the potential at Walton Morant to add more value from the associated gas. Often associated gas is a bit of a nuisance, but actually Jamaica currently has over 900 megawatts of thermal power generation relying on imported oil and gas supplies that could be replaced by associated gas from the Walton Morant discoveries. Given that most of the power generation and gas demand is on the southern coast of Jamaica, it's easy to land gas to shore and replace imported oil and gas with indigenous clean gas for power generation. Now, I'm going to take a bit of time on this, if I may. It's dense with data, and I'm sure maybe some of you cannot read it all. But if we just start with the map on the right-hand side, and you can see the relative geographic proximity between Jamaica and Guyana. And then if you look at the top right is Stabroek, and then of course our acreage here, and actually they're plotted on a relatively similar scale, so you can see also that in terms of the relative size they are roughly the same as well. But when you take a deeper look, what you will see here is that in many parameters, in terms of whether we're talking about the block size, the water depth, the drill, how deep you would have to drill to get through to the reservoir and total depth, how the source rock was formed, the resource potential, so 11 billion barrels in Guyana, 7 billion barrels so far in Walton Morant, the number of discoveries and the average resources per prospect. There are so many similarities between the two areas, and in terms of the development, we've talked about the FPSO hubs. We think discovery to first oil would also be around 4 years. The number of FPSOs, etc. Many, you can read them there yourselves, but there are many things that are very similar to a basin that, you know, was relatively unknown not so long ago, very frontier, and is now in the middle of essentially developing 33 prospects to reach over 1 million barrels of oil production per day. So that's the potential here in Jamaica. And I think, just straying slightly away from my own notes, but I think there are times when the time is right. We've done a lot of technical work in United prior to drilling a well. We've done that so that we can de-risk this as far as possible. You'll see that the upcoming work program further de-risks that drilling of a well. I think where we are in the world, there's a realization that reserves have to be replaced, that the world will continue to need fossil fuels right up into 2050 and beyond. And that, you know, frontier exploration is not a scary thing so long as you do your work properly and you do proper technical work and you understand the government's needs, the nation's needs, the commercialization potential, and how quickly you can start to actually commercialize so that you can generate cash flow to fund your further development. And that's the work that we are really now focusing on as a team in United on Walton Morant. So I'll take your eye, please, to the chart in the bottom left. That's the analog Stabroek block, which the discovered resources, which were built up rapidly over the course of the 33 discoveries. And you can see that in the cumulative discovery plot here, down at the bottom left. We expect a similar distribution to occur on our Jamaican license, having some billion-barrel prospects also, and numerous prospects with hundreds of millions of barrels. And this has led to the potential for 10 FPSO hubs on Stabroek, the first 6 of which are already committed by Exxon, Hess and CNOOC, and targeting the 1.2 million barrels of oil production per day. If you note the middle chart, which is the production profile that's publicly available from the Guyana partners, which shows that the first 5 FPSOs will reach 1 million barrels of oil production per day. We then go over to the right-hand side and compare to the right-hand side chart, which shows the comparable build-up of the Walton Morant production potential, where 6 FPSO hubs would be used to develop 1.2 million barrels based on the 7 billion barrels of resource potential. And this is very similar to the scale in Guyana, using the same tried and tested development techniques. very quickly, and I'm conscious that you're all standing and you've been standing for a bit of time. So as most of Jamaica's industry and population centres are on the south coast, as I said earlier, this gives us great optionality to bring low carbon natural gas to shore for power generation and use by industry. And if we look at the high percentage of imported gas and oil Jamaica currently uses, that could be swapped for indigenous low carbon associated gas from our developments. That can supply existing and potential new industry and, importantly, can provide pressure support to boost production as the assets mature. And that's really important because that's a very expensive part of, if you retrofit pressure support to a development, it's going to cost you a lot of money. So to actually be able to build that in from the beginning is something that's really important. I wanted to touch on and show you how attractive.
We're gonna break away from this because I'm gonna Ambassador Ward is coming on anytime now. But I want you to listen to what when the thing first surfaced about oil in Jamaica. The Jamaica Minister Darrell Vaz had this to say, that he will be the first to come out and tell the Jamaican people if oil was in Jamaica, if they found oil in Jamaica. And I find that hard to believe. I want you to listen to what the minister said. Listen to this.
Energy Minister Darrell Vaz is addressing widespread social media rumors about a supposed oil discovery on Jamaica's shores. With speculation running high, the minister stepped forward to clarify the situation. Ramon Gordon has the details.
Energy Minister Darrell Vaz is slamming as false the social media reports claiming oil has been discovered off Jamaica's shores.
As minister, I can categorically state that there's no such thing. It is absolutely fake news.
On Sunday, Minister Vaz revealed he'd received several messages on the matter. However, the energy boss is denying the claim, urging the public to disregard them.
It is just simply untrue.
The rumors, which claim the discovery of oil equivalent to 7 billion barrels, have sparked widespread speculation on social media, with some even suggesting a cover-up. However, Minister Vaz has dismissed these allegations, stating that he would be the first to share any such development if and when it occurs.
I, as minister, would be the first one to be excited to share any such good news if and when that happens. So until such time as you hear from me, while I'm minister, disregard all information in relation to Jamaica's discovery of oil.
Meanwhile, United Oil PLC, the British firm with exploration rights off Jamaica's south coast, has identified promising fields offshore St. Elizabeth and Westmoreland. These areas could potentially yield over 1 million barrels of oil per day, with total projections nearing 12 billion barrels. United Oil has until January 2026 to decide whether to proceed or abandon the license, although they've hinted at moving forward before 2028.
There you have it. He disclaimed that there's no oil in Jamaica. Now we have with us former Jamaican ambassador to the United Nations, Ambassador Curtis Ward. Ambassador Ward, welcome to the program, sir.
Thank you.
This evening we're going to speak about the pardon of Marcus Garvey. And I want to take get Ambassador's opinion and comment on all of this. And then I'm going to play an audio clipping by Stephen Golding and ask Ambassador Ward some questions. Ambassador Ward, welcome to the program, sir. You're not a stranger to this program. A lot of our viewers have been requesting that you come back on the program, sir. So welcome to the program, Ambassador Ward.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Ambassador Ward, you know, on the final day of his presidency, President Joseph R. Biden pardoned Jamaica's national hero, first national hero, Marcus Mosiah Garvey. As a former ambassador to the United Nations, sir, I want you to talk to us some more about this. Your views on it. How do you think they go about doing it for the president to do this, to help us with this, sir?
Well, this has been a very long process, and a process which lasted several decades actually to get to this point. And the evidence is clear that Marcus Garvey was persecuted, prosecuted, and convicted unjustly. They were scared of Marcus Garvey because he had aroused a consciousness in the black population.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, over the years, any black leader who dares to challenge white superiority is always targeted one way or the other.
Yes, sir.
And this is basically what we saw with Marcus Garvey. And we have been working very hard over the years, led by his son, Dr. Julius Garvey, to get him pardoned and exonerated. Well, we have received the pardon. President Joe Biden, on the last full day of his administration, issued the pardon, and he recognized in issuing that pardon, he recognized the injustice that was meted out to Marcus Garvey.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a big declaration as far as I'm concerned. But it really doesn't end there, because exoneration is still the ultimate prize. And don't expect those of us who have been fighting for this to give up at this time.
Mm-hmm. Ambassador Ward, I wanted to listen to what Stephen Golding said. And of course, Stephen Golding is also the president of the UNIA in Jamaica. I wanted to listen to what Mr. Golding said. One moment for me, please, here. Let me find this audio clip in here. I want you to listen to what Mr. Golding said. Because a lot of us is saying that, listen to this, Ambassador Ward.
Hostings down. The pardon comes just over 100 years after Garvey was convicted for mail fraud in the U.S. Stephen Golding says this is not the first time Garvey has received a presidential pardon.
This, what I call cosmetic victory that we have gotten in the fact that Biden signed a pardon for Garvey. It's not the first pardon that Garvey has received. Jamaicans and the world often forget that Garvey sought and achieved his own pardon in 1927 when the United States President Calvin Coolidge issued his own executive order of clemency, pardoning Garvey and releasing him after 2 3/4 years of incarceration on a 5-year sentence, and it had one caveat in it: immediate deportation to Jamaica. And this is how Garvey was returned to Jamaica.
The UNIA president commented on the public misconception that Joe Biden's move means Garvey has been exonerated rather than pardoned. He explained the difference.
A pardon is worded as an executive order of clemency issued by the office of the United States President. It always ends with saying, we now issue a full, complete, or unconditional pardon for the subject for crimes committed against the United States. So that's the first thing. The difference between a pardon and exoneration: one is of forgiveness. The other one says, we erred in convicting you. The mistake was not on your part, it was on our part. And therefore, it is not us forgiving you, but us recognizing that we were wrong, and even in a way implying that we are asking you to forgive us.
He says an exoneration of the national hero could have financial implications for the authorities in the U.S. Golding says an exoneration is usually followed by civil suits, which usually raise the issue of reparations. Meanwhile, he believes the clearest path to exoneration for Garvey is through the U.S. Congress.
It will take an act of the U.S. Congress. We can't even go to the Supreme Court because going through the courts mean that you would have to, make new appeals, arguments would have to be made, and the time since the conviction is well over 100 years, that just would not be practical. So by an act of Congress, if the majority of representatives there affirm the fact that Garvey was set up, and we have the proof of that.
The UNIA president says the evidence should be placed before the U.S. Congress and have the matter put to a vote.
The fact that 9 members of the jury in 1923, after the conviction, wrote to the president asking for clemency for Marcus Garvey and even attesting to the fact that they had been coerced by Judge Julian Mack to come up with a guilty conviction. We have the evidence there. Put it before the U.S. Congress and have them take a vote affirming Garvey's innocent and by an act of the Congress exonerating him.
Ambassador Ward, I see you there shaking your head. As an attorney at law, sir, and a man who has been in the diplomatical circle for many years, a former ambassador to the United Nations, what's your take on what Stephen Golding is saying? What's your take on it?
I don't like to criticize anyone, but I can say for sure that Garvey has never been pardoned before. His clemency was a reduction of sentence, and it followed through. Once his sentence is reduced, he would be released from prison, and he was subject to deportation. A pardon would remove the idea of deportation to begin with. So there are no consequences from the conviction which triggered the deportation if you are pardoned. So he got that wrong. Another thing is, he is suggesting that the Congress can exonerate Marcus Garvey.
Mm-hmm.
That's not what the rulings of the Supreme Court has indicated in a number of other cases. When you, under the U.S. laws and Constitution, if you are convicted of a crime, the only way you can gain exoneration is if the case is reopened in the court.
Mm-hmm.
And when it is reopened, the court finds that the conviction was not supported by facts and law, and therefore unjust, and declared the prosecution null and void,
Mm-hmm.
and thus the conviction null and void.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where you go for an exoneration. The Congress can pass a resolution declaring its own understanding of Garvey's innocence, but not an exoneration. There are separation of powers in the Constitution of the United States, and therefore it is an error to believe that an exoneration can come from the Congress. It cannot. And it cannot come from the president because he has the power of pardon, but not the power of exoneration. The prerogative to exonerate rests with the court, period.
Ambassador, I want you to go back to something here because you said something very important. Can you explain to the Jamaican people, and welcome to my good friend Jamaica. He's a very young man, ambassador, who, believe you me, he has a wealth of knowledge. And I bring him on can maybe ask a little question of you. I hope you don't mind. I should have told you that, but I hope you don't mind. Anyway, Ambassador, I want you to explain to us again, sir. Exoneration and pardon. Two different things, eh? Isn't that so, sir?
That is correct.
Explain to us, because I think a lot of Jamaicans don't understand that. And maybe, I don't know. I'm gonna reach out to Mr. Golden. Maybe Mr. Golden don't understand that part, sir.
Well, let me put it this way, Jeffrey. There are members of the UNIA who disregard the whole idea of a pardon. The most important players in this whole scenario are the members of Garvey's family.
Yes, sir.
And Dr. Julius Garvey celebrated the pardon. I had exchanges with him leading up to President Biden's final day in office. And we were waiting to hear whether Biden would pardon Marcus Garvey or not. Why did he want that? Because a pardon helps to make the case for exoneration, particularly the fact that President Biden made reference to the injustice in prosecuting and convicting Marcus Garvey. And so by making that reference, it helps to bolster the case for an exoneration. But bear in mind, an exoneration is not an easy route. If it was, we would have had it before. And the family is happy with the pardon, but the family wants to go further. And I'm with the family on this, but I do not, under any circumstances, discount the pardon.
Going forward, though, Ambassador, is it that at one point I was thinking, maybe I'm wrong, if the family go down the route of where Mr. Golden is going, wouldn't they be asking for monetary compensation because the American government would be admitting that they have done him something wrong?
If that is what Mr. Holding is hanging his hat on, he will be going bareheaded for a very long time.
Jamaica, come on in. You have a question to ask Ambassador Ward?
Hey, good evening to you, Mr. Ward. It's a great pleasure.
Hi, how are you?
Amazing, man. It is a great pleasure having conversation.
Speak a little bit louder. You're a bit low.
All right, let me take off. Sorry.
All right.
Much better.
Much better?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Wall, it's indeed a great pleasure to have a conversation with you. Greetings to you, Mr. Jeffrey Tavares, and the Make We Chat family. It's a great pleasure to be on this platform, to have a chance to get to hear my voice or my views being heard, and hope I can able to share some views with other people. Well, Mr. Wall, we must say congratulations, because you said that you have been in dialogue with Mr. Marcus Garvey's son, Julius Garvey, and about this post pardon. And it is good that we can have a conversation about about the name of Marcus Garvey and the exoneration of his name, even though we didn't reach there, and Comrade Leader Mark Golden saying, celebrating it as an exoneration is just the feeling of victory, given that we have never heard his name being cleared and we are as close as pardon. But my question about that, how much of a big win you think that this is for Jamaica and for the history of Marcus Garvey?
It's a huge win. And what makes it even greater is that the president, in granting the pardon, based it on the injustice that Marcus Garvey experienced. So that is very important, the recognition of the injustice. You see, what a lot of people are not aware of is that a lot of money has been spent in preparing legal briefs that have been presented to respective presidencies for a pardon and exoneration. Why is that so? If the president should direct the Justice Department to file a petition to reopen the case in order to reach the point of exoneration, then that would be a huge victory. So while the president can grant the pardon, the president would also have asked the Justice Department to intervene, even though this case, this conviction, was in 1923, 101 years ago. It is very unusual, extremely unusual. I could go so far as to say, quite probably unprecedented for a case this old to be reopened. So while we seek the exoneration, and we would like a resolution from the Congress, the ultimate role is a reopening of the case and a dismissal of the charges that were brought.
It's very interesting. And we will never see something like that, Ambassador.
You know, I'm one of those people who never say never, but my life does not depend on it. Let's put it that way. We cannot get hung up on it. As far as it goes right now, with the pardon, it means Marcus Garvey is no longer a convicted felon.
But Ambassador, but before you come on in back, Jamaica, Ambassador, at one point the Jamaican government was asking for the US to pardon Marcus Garvey, but on their books they had him as a common criminal on their books.
I know they had some case that was brought against Garvey, but I don't think he was a felon in Jamaica. It may have been a misdemeanor. Because I think what they charged him with in Jamaica was, what do you call it? When you fail to appear.
You didn't appear in court.
Right. And he was convicted of that. And we know that's not a felon. That's not a felon. I don't know of anything else. There may be something else that I'm missing.
Sir Mike?
But the pardon removed Garvey from being a felon. That is important. While right now, until the appeals on President Trump in New York are concluded, President Trump is regarded as a felon.
It is amazing that you have made the the comparison and show the difference between both cases. And I should have started with this. This is like my Bible right here. The words of Marcus Garvey, emancipate yourself from mental slavery. And he had said, a people without a knowledge of their past history, origin, and culture is like a tree without a root. I always pass on this message to say when we lose an elder from our society, we have lost a library. And you, indeed, Dr. Kirkwall, is a living library. And I must indeed a great pleasure to with
You're ascribing to me two things. One, that I'm an elder, and two, that I have unlimited knowledge, such as a library.
But Ambassador Ward, Ambassador Ward, on a very serious note, sir, then I'll continue, sir, Mike. Ambassador Ward, listen to me. In case you don't know, sir, and I'm pretty much sure you're aware of it, a lot of people around the globe and in the Caribbean look up to you, sir, for your wealth of knowledge. And I think that is why in any format you go and you speak for Ambassador Curtis Ward, you get the recognition and the respect that you deserve. Not like some of them, I'm not going back down the road. Not like some of them who are minister of misinformation, who was disrespecting a Curtis Ward. And I would never stand for that.
Let's not go back there.
Let's not go back down that road. Anyway, go ahead, Sir Mike.
We should not glorify stupidity.
I love that. That is most humble. And it's about raising your words, not your voice. It's rain that grows the plant and not thunder, coming from the Roman poet Rumi, the Persian poet rather, Rumi. And to say that, what would you say is the importance of bridging that diaspora? Because Marcus Garvey teaching was about entrepreneurship and about resourcefulness in terms of a person knowing who they are and able to do business among themselves, from a Pullman carriage business, from a black doll factory. Negro Times is idea of shares and partnership in the building of the Black Star Line. Give us a bit, can you please give us a bit of insight to how you can compartmentalize all of his movement to give people an understanding of who the man was, or is rather?
Well, let us begin by dropping the emotional attachment.
Thank you.
And look at what he stood for. When he spoke of Black consciousness and Black pride, he was talking about what we as Black people can achieve. It wasn't emotional achievement. It was an understanding of our history, going back to the kingdoms of Africa and the opportunities which each generation of Black people have for them to take up advantage of those opportunities. But it comes down to this. I'm pleased to see you as a young man who understands the philosophies of Marcus Garvey, something that should be taught in our schools in Jamaica. Every Jamaican should be educated on the philosophies of Marcus Garvey. Amy J. Garvey has a little book on the philosophies of Marcus Garvey. And most Jamaicans are not aware of that book.
Yes.
That book should be constantly on the bestsellers list.
Mm-hmm.
But we must pressure our government
Yes.
to ensure that Marcus Garvey's teachings are taught to the children of Jamaica. I guarantee you, if they were, we would not have the problems that we have now with crime and all these other things that brings down our society and our people. We need to go back to supplement that with the values and attitudes program that former Prime Minister Patterson had launched in Jamaica. Right now, when they speak of crime, and look at the age group of many who are following the criminal path. Look at that age group. And yet, we have some of our artists in the past and perhaps in the present who have sung praises to Marcus Garvey's philosophy. So, and many of them have heard these songs, but they don't know what they mean because they were not given the foundation in the schools where they should receive the teachings.
Mm.
You know, I could go on and on with that. But you did ask a question. How do we get this generation and the next one to be entrepreneurs? And the values that will lead to that may be found in those philosophies of Marcus Garvey. And failure is not an answer. Neither is it a requisite for success.
Mm.
Knowledge is power. And we should ensure, my generation has failed to ensure that your generation and the one that follows you have access to the knowledge that they need to become entrepreneurs, to become valued members of society. Let me stop right
No,
there.
no.
I
Continue. No. Ambassador
much.
Ward, continue, please, sir. We're learning from you. Continue, please.
I'd rather you ask. I'd rather you ask.
Jamaica, before we go further, Sir Mike, hold on a minute. For those who are just joining us, welcome to the program. We're very listening and watching from around the world and the Eastern Caribbean. We're speaking to former Jamaican ambassador, Ambassador Curtis Ward. He is the former ambassador to the United Nations in 2002? 2001, yes. And he's speaking to us about Marcus Garvey and the philosophy of Marcus Garvey and the pardon. Ambassador Ward, I was asked to give you, to say hello to you by our good friend, Dr. Karen Dunkley. Says she's watching us and she's learning and she said she'd give you her love and hug, you know?
I return with multiplying
Yes, indeed.
effect.
Ambassador Ward, Jamaica, you have a question for us, sir. Go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
Most definitely. You spoke about, Mr. Ward, just now, the mentality. And I want to quickly say, Mr. Mark Golden embodied his philosophy. The last conference, he spoke about it introduced to early childhood and also to secondary, so that you have an educated set of generation. As you point out, your generation has failed, but given that your generation didn't do as much as you think, but what can pass that on is education, and you in this space is and indeed a gift to us, a national treasure, I would say, in my humble opinion. The mentality that you speak about, the entrepreneurial mentality, it is something that I look at and say that we're missing it. We are a set of people like to use our hands a lot on our feet because we still have that PTSD from the colonial era, and to expand our mind to fix our solution, because as Marcus Garvey always said, our problems are our own and we have to figure them out. And the mentality of that, also to speak on quickly, politics. He came back here to Jamaica in 1927, and in 1929 he had started the People's Political Party. And that shows that he knows the importance of politics, putting people together, organized way, in order to have symbiotic growth and have a relationship to, have people know how they fit into a system. Can you speak a little? Yes, you spoke about music as well. Early years, Burning Spears was somebody who rang his songs, coming from St. Ann. Then you have Bob Marley will come up with One Love. When Marcus Garvey normally ends his show, he says, One Love, I leave you for a while, one love. And he talks about emancipate yourself from mental slavery. Bob Marley song, Redemption song, rings that. So it goes to show how he has, even having the Orthodox Christian church, how he had influenced each era of life and mental growth for people. And it's a shame that a gap was there where we didn't get to understand his legacy, his philosophy, and to have you in the space just to discuss this, it is a real joy. So thank you. I want you to speak a little bit on the importance of politics and what he had done, please.
I come to that, but one of the ironies is that in Jamaica, Marcus Garvey was not as respected, and his philosophy was not as respected in Jamaica as it was in the entire Black world. The liberation movement in Africa called on the philosophies of Marcus Garvey. All the renowned Black leaders of the 50s and 60s in Africa made reference to Marcus Garvey. The civil rights movement in the United States referenced Marcus Garvey. And you know something? I remember being surprised many years ago when I first read the autobiography of Malcolm X and found that his father was an officer in the UNIA. He, Malcolm X, as a young boy, attended Garvey's meetings with his father. Martin Luther King said, Garvey was the first person to lift the pride and consciousness of Black people. And we know that Garvey had the largest organization of Black people any time in history. So the Bible tells us that a prophet is rejected in his own country. And it is a continual. Look, we made Marcus Garvey our first national hero. We have a monument to him in National Heroes Park. We have his bust in Emancipation Park. How many Jamaicans visit National Heroes Park? How many Jamaicans even stand in front of his bust and read what's written what's written there in Emancipation Park. I dare say not many. I spent 2.5 days doing some video recordings for a documentary I'm working on. And I never saw one person walking through Emancipation Park stop at any of those monuments in the park. I spent the whole afternoon in National Heroes Park. And I only saw one lady and her young child looking at the monuments in the park. We talk about National Heroes Day. And we go through what they call it now, a routine.
Celebration routine.
But it's a routine. We go there and the leaders lay a wreath. And it's almost as if it's an exclusive affair, except that which is broadcast on radio or TV. It's not a huge public gathering of thousands. It's a public holiday, for God's sake. Use it to educate people of Jamaica on the values of Marcus Garvey, Sam Sharp, Paul Bogle and George William Gordon, Nanny, Bustamante, and Norman Manley. We need people to understand why we celebrate those people. Not just a holiday to go to the beach or a day off from work. Or a day for giving out awards at King's House.
Hmm.
You know, there's so many things we can do. I don't have all the answers. I don't even pretend to have a whole lot of answers. But there are some little things to build our consciousness and the consciousness of the youth. National Heroes Day should be a family day at National Heroes Park. We should make it attractive for the masses of people to bring their children with them. Give them a picnic. We have a whole lot of empty land right here. It should be a huge gathering and a learning experience. Sorry.
No, Ambassador. As I said to you before, sir, when you come over here, your wealth of knowledge, we love to listen to you, sir, and making it public. That when you come to the Make We Talk program, is your home.
But
You
I'm
can talk
preaching.
as long as I have you on, you can talk, sir.
I sound like a preacher.
Remember, you know, we come from the grassroots of the country area of St. Elizabeth. And you're from St. Elizabeth, from Westmoreland. So, you know, we grew up with we grew up in the church and so forth. But, Ambassador, what I want to ask you, though, Ambassador, and I'll let John Mike's come back. What I want to ask you, though, Ambassador, you touch on the point of education in the schools of Marcus Garvey. You also touch on the thing of the celebration. My take on this, though, is that our leaders will come on in the morning and have this grand finale of laying wreath and this flamboyant speech and everything. And after 12 o'clock, everything done.
Well, National Heroes Day is used by our political leaders for the most part to showcase themselves and not to showcase the heroes and the people of Jamaica. But that's politics, you know that. And it is one day out of the year that the political leaders visit National Heroes Park, except for the birth date of Alexander Bustamante when the Labour Party visits, and the birth date of Norman Manley when the PNP party visits. National Heroes Day is the only day when they both visit. You know, just recently there was an article in the Guyana, and I also have an article in the Ward Post, which I should mention, Jeffrey.
Yes.
About a Jamaican family going over a period of months to search for an ancestor who fought and died in one of the world wars. Theophilus Downer. And they found his gravestone in a cemetery in a place called Staples in France. And Dr. Downer wrote the story. It was in the Guyana. And I wrote a follow-up on it. And I proposed, and I'm going to make that proposal right here, that Jamaica commemorates its heroes of the world wars, not with a single monument of unknown soldiers or whatever it is, but a wall of heroes on which the names of our heroes are inscribed.
Yes.
If that is done, Jamaicans from all walks of life will go to that wall to look for an ancestor and to touch that name.
You know, Ambassador, remember what we're going to say. You touch on a very important point, Ambassador Ward. And it reminds me of something I saw. I'm going to send you the video as soon as we're finished here. That Jamaica's Minister of Tourism, Edmund Bartlett, is proposing that Jamaica should go the route of dark tourism. And people should come on down and visit cemeteries. You touch on something that I don't think that the current Minister of Tourism or the current gender minister, who is also the Minister for Culture. Yes. I don't think they're thinking in that line, Ambassador Ward.
No, they're not.
Go ahead, sir.
Let me tell you what it is. From decades now.
Yes, sir.
Jews have traveled to Jamaica to visit a Jewish cemetery, which is the oldest Jewish cemetery in the Western Hemisphere. And many of them come to visit that cemetery and take a vacation as well. Maybe the Minister of Tourism is finally waking up to that. How many million Jews live in the United States alone? And one thing for sure, the Jews honor their ancestors. And that is the sentiment he's probably aiming at. But I'm talking about the masses of Jamaican people who only heard stories about a great-grandfather, because Dr. Downer found her great-grandfather who had suddenly left Jamaica on a ship to go to England to fight in the war. Her grandfather, thought that he was abandoned by Theophilus Downer, when in fact the man went to fight and died as a hero. There may be many, many, many more stories. Whatever happened to my great-grandfather? All I know is that he left. My grandfather said he left when he was a boy. He left as the British War Museum and other records of the war in England have the names of every Jamaican and every Caribbean person who ever fought in either war, either of the two world wars, and who died, and quite likely where they are buried. It is for us to honor them. These are the people. These are the masses of the people. They didn't come from the upper class of society. They came from the working class, from the labor class, from the rural areas of Jamaica. We're not honoring them. And their families, their descendants, walk the streets of Jamaica today, not knowing that their ancestors were heroes. I didn't come on the program to really talk about that. But you've pulled my tongue.
Jamaica, go ahead.
I heard you talk about Marcus Garvey's influence also in Africa, and we can point to Kwame Nkrumah. In 1957, I think he had led Ghana to independence, and it is amazing to know the reach of this gentleman. And you always speak, when you speak, you have strategic plans, I realize in your pattern. And it's also call to action, because the strategic pattern you have showed about highlighting our history to give us a sense of dignity, purpose, and belonging. And it pay the same type of message from Marcus Garvey's quote about a people without a knowledge of their past history, their culture, their heritage. Is a set of people like a tree without their roots. So when I hear you have call to actions like educate and having museum, and you spoke about Independence Day, and you said that it's supposed to be a festival, a family day. I'm envisioning a festival where you get to know, eat, and you get to socialize. You have the education space where you're being educated by tangible stuff like the food, the words, the touching of the graves, as you said. These type of things must become a norm in order for us to be connected with our ancestors and able to move forward. Because I see that there's a disconnect, and the only thing that can and should stand in that space of that disconnect, that gap, is the education which you spoke about. And then the innovation on the education that you spoke about, and that innovation is coming through the way of festivals to start celebrating, talking about our soldiers. We must know who they are. In America, they will salute once they know that you have served, and they show major respect. Unfortunately, we don't do that in Jamaica, and it's something that is need to change. And it's good that we're having these type of conversations in the social space, so more people can get aware, with information, then you're more empowered rather to make changes. And you speak highly about that. You talk about the Jews as well, paying great respect to their ancestors. Yeah, and I would like to know what you think about Mark Golding's philosophy and mentality about how Jamaica should move forward in terms of respecting our heritage and our culture. What is your thought and his mindset towards culture preservation and also distribution?
Well, first of all, I want to just refer back to Nkrumah, because Kwame Nkrumah worked very hard to create a united Africa, precisely what Garvey was talking about almost a century before him. You're asking me specifically, and by the way, I don't want anybody to believe I'm talking about worshiping ancestors. I'm talking about honoring ancestors for what they did under very difficult circumstances. Let me try to respond to you about Leader of Opposition Mark Golding without being political. It is clear that the majority of the people of Jamaica today are looking for change from the current situation in Jamaica. Change from the current pathways of the government in power for the past 9 years. The opposition party provides
We lost Ambassador.
Sorry, we have lost Ambassador Ward. Ambassador Ward, you can come on back in. And our guest who's come on in, Miss Knight, you need to go back out and come on in with camera. I think what you need to do is when it asks you to, if you to allow, you just press allow. Let's come back in with Ambassador Curtis Ward. Ambassador Ward,
yes.
we lost you. Well, we apologize about that. Go ahead, sir.
Some people are currently asking for a manifesto which will spell out the details of what the opposition party is offering to Jamaica. If that manifesto is not forthcoming, there must be consistent effort in telling the people what the party is offering. I admire the philosophies of Leader of Opposition Golding. He is saying some of the things that Jamaicans want to hear. It is incumbent on the opposition party at all times to demonstrate its ability to deliver if given the reins of power. I think it's important that the candidates chosen have the proper qualifications and orientation. I want to hear the spokespersons taking on the issues as they arise. Winning power in Jamaica is not merely by the size of the crowd at rallies, but the size of the turnout of the vote on election day. So you could have the best policies, the right philosophy, and saying the right thing. Without the organization, you are not going to reach the successes that you are looking for. I see some very good signs from the party. And I see the disadvantages that the party has based on the fact that the government has access to resources that the party in opposition doesn't have by tradition. So while the majority of the Jamaican people seem to be calling for change, they also must be given the full opportunity to understand what those changes would mean for them at their dinner table, for your children's education, for meaningful employment,
Yes.
for agriculture, sustainable, especially rural agriculture. And I say rural agriculture to distinguish it from, I should actually say small rural agriculture, to distinguish it from the agricultural industry, which is controlled by the bigger players.
Yes.
And rural Jamaica is different from urban Jamaica.
Yes.
The housing needs are different. The quality of life is different. Being poor in the inner cities is not the same as being poor in St. Elizabeth or Westmoreland or on any rural parish.
Okay.
People go hungry in Kingston, except maybe for mango season. People in the rural parishes always have something to fall back on, including a good neighbor.
Yes.
Let me stop here.
And that note, Ambassador, I have our other guest who is on, Lady Stacey Knight, attorney at law, the daughter of former Minister of National Security, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, and former senator, the man who dubbed himself the sheriff.
KD Knight.
KD Knight, one
He's
of
my
Jamaican.
friend.
He's your friend?
Yeah.
Well, there is his daughter right there.
Yes, he said to bring you greetings, Ambassador Ward.
Very nice to meet
On his
you.
behalf.
Yes.
You know, I've known KD since his days at Howard University in the late 60s.
Before my time.
You know,
before all of us time.
you know, KD founded, or one of the major founders of the Jamaican Nationals Association in
Indeed.
Washington.
Yes, and he's proud of it. It's still existing and
That's
active.
right.
Yes.
He was here in Washington for the 50th anniversary.
Yes. Yes, he was.
I'm very happy to see you and to know that you're carrying on that tradition. As a matter of fact, during the final months of my service on the UN Security Council, Katie was named Foreign Minister.
Yes.
And he came to New York and chaired the Security Council, presided over the Security Council. A meeting of foreign ministers, including Colin Powell and all the others at the time. I was so pleased to work with him at that point. So now I know which candidate I'm going to put my support behind.
I am pleased.
I shouldn't say that. I shouldn't say that. Others will get to me.
Well, the law says that it's private vote, but not private support. So to say you're putting your support behind, it's okay to expose that.
That's right. That's right.
Yes, support can mean many things.
Ambassador Ward, if you want to stay on with us as we interview as Miss Knight, or you want to say goodbye for now?
I'll have to leave, but I will revisit the program on YouTube.
Indeed. Ambassador, I want you to give your closing remarks to your Jamaican people before you go. And, you know, a lot of Jamaicans are really confused tonight in the sense of the Marcus Garvey pardon. And, you know, we like how you explain it to us. And as you go now, I want you to speak to your Jamaican people before you go, sir. Your final 2 minutes or 5 minutes, yes.
I failed to mention the fact that Dr. Julius Garvey is supported in this fight by Marcus Garvey's granddaughter, Nzinga Garvey. So while Dr. Julius Garvey is getting up in age, God bless him, he's 91 this year. Garvey's granddaughter is still young and she is in the fight. But in closing, let me not say a lot, let me just try to quote and paraphrase Marcus Garvey. A people without knowledge of their root, of their history, is like a tree without roots. And that means we must teach our children their history. And their history must include the teachings of Marcus Garvey. And there are so many things that we can do to elevate our understanding of the power of education that has the proper orientation. Thank you so much for having me. I enjoyed my exchange and to listen to your young guest. Repeat your name so they won't forget it.
Jamaica.
Jamaica is the name.
Jamaica. I don't think after today your name will be forgotten.
Nor a blade.
Thank you. Thank you, Jeffrey. And I encourage your listeners, your viewers, to visit the Ward Post. That's the wardpost.com.
Ambassador Ward, tell us some more how they can. Okay. All right.
I want to
All right.
quickly say something before you go.
It's very easy.
Yeah.
It's one word, thewardpost.com.
Okay. Okay.
You can put www dot before it if you want.
Yes.
But most times it will come up without that.
Yes. We have our guest waiting. We should have her on from 7 o'clock, and we go on way over her time.
Oh my goodness. She's young and she can stay up late.
I want to quickly say to Mr. Ward before you go, a wealth of knowledge you are, and as the saying says that when we lose an elder, we lose a library, and we want to give you your flowers while you're alive to smell it. That you're an amazing person, and the wealth of knowledge that you have, you must be celebrated before you've gone. And gratitude is like using water to pour on a plant, and we want to give you as much gratitude that to say you're a treasure, indeed a treasure. And I know that you continue to learn from us while we learn so much from you. So I look forward to more conversation. I really do appreciate you.
I thank you for that, but I want you to know that you now have the daughter of one of the smartest Jamaicans with you.
I know.
Former Jamaican ambassador to the United Nations from 2000 to 2001, Ambassador Curtis Ward, attorney at law, one of Jamaica's finest statesmen of all time. And for those who don't know, let me repeat again, one of Jamaica's finest statesmen of all time, Ambassador Curtis Ward. Thank you for coming on the Make We Talk program, sir.
Thank you. I hope I have been of value.
You always have been a value to me, sir. You always come on this program with a value and wealth of knowledge, sir. Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Let's say good night to your lovely wife for me, please.
Will do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good night, Ambassador Ward. My honor to have shared the screen with you for a few moments.
Thank you.
Take care.
We want to say thanks to Ambassador Curtis Ward for coming on. And now we have one of Jamaica's, as what Ambassador Ward said earlier on. And before I go in to what I'm going to say and introduce Attorney at Law Stacey Knight, I had the pleasure of meeting Sir Stacey Knight on the eve of the National Democratic Movement in Jamaica, where they were forming it. He and Dickie Crawford, I don't think you remember, He and Dickie Crawford they came to Manning's High School in Westmoreland. And I think if I drag Sir Knight memory, he will remember. And I got stranded at the Manning's High School to go back into Negril. Because the car ended up leaving me. And I asked Mr. Knight, I tell him who I was, who I related to and everything. I said, Aaron, come on in. And he chat me all the way from Savlamar to Negril. And I learned a lot from him. And for those who want to say what they want to say, I said this program is a PNP program. So I don't care. But when you have one of Jamaica's eldest statesmen sit in the Parliament of Jamaica as a minister of national security, a minister of foreign affairs and foreign trade, as what you heard Ambassador Ward said a while ago. Anywhere in the world you go, and I said it to his daughter, you mentioned the name KD Knight. Everybody know him. And what they know him for also, one of his pack your bags and go.
Yes.
Without further ado, I have with me tonight the pleasure to come on my platform none other than the daughter of one of Jamaica's eldest statesmen, a man who speaks truth to power, a man who is in the trenches of politics in this country, a man who don't afraid to tell us, hey, yeah, I read. He went into the parliament and he said his greatest regret that he and his team did not do better for Jamaica. I have with me tonight Stacey Knight, attorney at law, MP caretaker for Northeast St. Andrew. Ms. Knight, welcome to the program.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tavares. Thank you. It's my pleasure to be on your program.
I have with me also my co-host, Jamaica,
Okay.
a young
Hello,
man
Jamaica.
who, believe you me, if you hear him speak, you think that, you know, he's one of Jamaica's youngest statesmen. You know, I want to ask you this. Tell us who Stacey Knight is.
All right. Well, you have set me up by telling the people that I am the daughter of the most brilliant. And I must say that my father is indeed brilliant. And all my life, I have looked up to him. You know, he has been an excellent example as a father to me. Who am I? Well, apart from being the daughter of KD Knight, I am the daughter of his wife, Pauline Knight, now deceased. And she was Dr. Pauline Knight. I noticed in the advert for this program that the doctor was appended to my name. I am not a doctor, neither medical nor PhD, but my mother was Dr. Pauline Knight.
Before you go any further, let me apologize for that. And let me recognize your mom, your late mother. I hadn't had the pleasure to meet her. A friend of mine had the pleasure of meeting her, and when I told her that you're coming on, she was like, "Oh my God!" She just sent me a message. Said she's a dead stamp of her mother. And my deepest condolence to you and Sir Knight for the passing of your mom and his wife. Continue. And as I said before, it's a little you know, when it comes onto the doctorate on your name, I wasn't the one who did it. Was my guy. My person was doing the thumbnail for me who did it.
That's all right. You can speak it into being. Perhaps
Indeed.
one day. Yes, maybe one day. Maybe one day.
Go ahead.
So yes, so I have grown up. I grew up really with the two wonderful parents. Two wonderful parents. I am a parent myself, a mother of two children. But let me give you a little bit about my background, my academic background that has led me here, academic and a little work I'll tell you about too. My first, well, I won't go back too far. High school. I went to the Immaculate Conception High School, Constant Spring Road, which is still the #1 high school in Jamaica. Yes, not just the #1 girls' school, but the #1 high school. We still get the best passes, best and highest passes in CSEC and Cape. Now and again, Campion tries to edge us out, but they don't quite make it. After leaving Immaculate, well, I have worked in between all of my schooling. But tell you about the schooling, I attended University of the West Indies, where I studied computer science and graduated with a degree in computer science. I have taught computer science, and I'm a teacher at heart. My next degree is in educational psychology from the McGill University in Montreal, Canada. And I have taught in IT and computing for about a decade or so. And then I decided to, shall I say, walk in my father's footsteps and study law. So I have been an attorney now for just about another decade or so. Well, a little more than that. This is the 12th year that I have been called to the bar. And for now, I put in the studying on pause until it's time to bring your prophecy to fulfillment. So politics. Politics is for me service. I'm from a family of service. My parents and my grandparents have been teachers and public servants and in every sphere and aspect of their lives. So politics is just the next step for me, really, and as a servant of the people. I live in the constituency of Northeastern St. Andrew, and that's why I decided to represent that constituency. Because for me, it's not just that I'm looking for a route to a seat in Parliament. Having grown up in the constituency virtually all my life, I can see the lack of representation, and I see the need for quality person for quality representation from somebody who has the people's interest at heart. And so I am offering myself to be the representative of the people in Northeastern St. Andrew. That's, in a nutshell, who I am and what brought me to politics.
So, in other words, you're into politics, following your father's footsteps, in being an attorney at law.
Yes.
You live in the constituency, and that's a point for me.
Yes.
Because majority of the time, the two political parties will throw people in a constituency who's not from the constituency.
Right.
And they push a thing down the people's throat that you must vote for this person when there's someone else there.
Right.
And that's one thing that I'm happy for, that you're from the constituency. What is your plan for the constituency of Northeast St. Andrew? And of course, Northeast St. Andrew belongs to the Minister of Justice. And I know a lot of people don't like when I say this, but I dubbed him the Minister of Injustice. And last night when I heard the gentleman who I look up to as Jamaica's eldest statesman of all time, when I heard him on the platform last night saying that, you know, it's time for him to go. And I agree with him. We need some young blood. What is the plan you have for the constituency of Northeast St. Andrew, Ms. Knight?
Okay, the constituency of Northeast St. Andrew, for those who don't know, let me just describe it a little bit first. It's in St. Andrew in the KSA metropolitan area of Jamaica, the capital. It's a constituency that has city at the southern point of it, in the halfway tree. Square is a part of the constituency. So the halfway tree clock is a part of the constituency. And then the constituency moves north through a mixture of residential and commercial areas, through the Waterloo division and the Barbican division. It moves all the way up through Cherry Gardens and Norbrook and all of those areas into Peters Rock. It goes as far north as Peters Rock. So it has a little bit of everything. It has the city, very urban and commercial. It has lots of residential, and it even has a little bit of rural. My plans for the constituency of Northeast St. Andrew is really sustainable development. The constituency as it is now, there is a lot of physical development in the form of high-rise apartments going up by private individuals. But as far as the state involvement in development, that is lacking. There is, yes, the roads to these high-rise apartments, lovely luxury apartments and luxury townhouses, but the roads to get there are in deplorable condition. The street lighting in many of the areas, lacking. And of course, lack of street lights leads to crime, because it's a haven for criminals when they can lurk in dark areas and, commit their misdeeds. There is, despite there being a lot of wealth and opulence in the constituency, there is also poverty and deprivation. There's pockets of very low income, pockets of areas where there's housing and only low-income persons live there. And in those areas, the infrastructure maintenance is even worse than it is throughout the other areas of the constituency. In fact, I would say that in the 27 years that the current member of parliament has represented the constituency, what I have seen really developing is that persons of certain higher social economic standing have
I
access to
dubbed them.
him.
I dubbed them as the people of the Vumvavon, the Vumvavi of Effluent Society.
All right. Okay. Yes. Well, it's those people who have direct access to the member of parliament who can give him a call and say, there's a pothole in front of my gate. Can you arrange to have it fixed? Those persons may get their roads fixed. But those who don't have that direct access, they don't speak of any so-called responsiveness of the member of parliament to their needs. My plans start at the ground level, literally and figuratively, that roads shouldn't be something we're talking about at this stage of Jamaica's maturity. Really and truly, that should be given. That we know the roads are there, we know that they're going to need regular maintenance, and so there really should just be routine plans to have the roads maintained without people having to make a phone call for preferential treatment. So that's at the base, roads, access to all communities. But other than that, as I mentioned, access to utilities that work. It's shameful to say that in the constituency, there are still areas that do not have access to running water.
In 21st century Jamaica?
In 21st century Jamaica, in urban St. Andrew. In urban St. Andrew.
Hold on for me, Miss Knight. Lord have mercy, my head start hurt me already. We're really listening and watching from around the world on the Eastern Caribbean. This is the Make We Talk program. We're live on Jam Talk Vibes Radio. We're also live on the Make We Talk Jeffrey Tavares Facebook page, Make We Talk Jeffrey Tavares YouTube channel. Remember to like, share, and subscribe. We're speaking to Miss Stacey Knight, PNP MP caretaker for Northeast St. Andrew. The member of parliament for that era is the Minister of Justice, Delroy Truck. And in 21st century Jamaica, I dub St. Andrew where the people of the Vumbavon and Vumbavine live. And majority of the people in the lower end of society don't have water in their pipes up there. Go ahead, Miss Knight.
Yes, I would go as far as to say it's the majority, but there are areas that are without running water. Yes, in urban St. Andrew. So those are some of the baseline aspects of my plans for the constituency, because everything has to start there. If the people don't have that, then we're not going anywhere. But apart from that, we have several vulnerable groups in the constituency who need urgent attention. And the first group, I would say, are our children. Our children, because education is key, and the educational facilities, the schools that exist in Northeast St. Andrew at the secondary level, there aren't many. And so persons who can't afford transportation and have to send their children outside of the constituency, take maybe 2 taxis and a bus to get to school. Sometimes they don't go to school every day because they simply can't afford to go to school every day because of the need for transportation. And even where they go to school every day, the education system nationally is in need of serious overhaul. There is an inequity in our education system in Jamaica that it really starts from basic school and at the primary level, but it becomes very clear, very obvious at the secondary level when students have to take the entrance examination to move from primary to secondary level schooling. And at age 11, our children really are determining their future. Because if those who don't get into the good schools, the traditional high schools, most of them are not going to get an education that will equip them for life in a 21st century world. Yeah, we have students leaving secondary school, grade 8, 9, 10, 11, they drop out at whatever stage. And even those who go all the way to grade 11 can't pass one subject. And many of them can't read and write, because our education system nationally is under-resourced, and that is reflected in our constituency as well. So education for our children is one of my key points that I want to see change, and I'm going to change when I become the Member of Parliament for St. Andrew Northeastern.
Yes.
The next vulnerable group.
Hold on for me, Miss Knight. Let me bring on in Jamaica. He may have a question to ask you. Jamaica, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Good night again, Miss Stacey Knight. It's a pleasure to have you here to have a conversation with. I heard you spoke just now and you had some solid points, and you indeed talk about some foundational practices, fundamental practices. And I will just start by saying Archimedes said, "Give me a firm ground to stand on, and I will move the earth." And you made mention of education, and I believe education is that firm ground that Jamaica should stand on. I've never voted. I'm 31 years old. I give thanks for a space like this, Jeffrey Tavares, Wilfred Rattigan, Mystic Sensation, Andre Stevens, and many more. We are blessed to be in an era where information is at our fingertip. So there's no excuse not to be educated, and we have wealth of knowledge as yours. You spoke about the fundamental understanding of family, and you spoke about Dr. Pauline Knight as well, and how she has influenced your mind along with your father, and that shows equilibrium, a balance which we are missing in Jamaica, about parents actually parenting rather than just paying the rent for the house. So amazing. You talk about the Immaculate Conception, which it was just like last week talking about the school and how it has, show class over the years and it is maintained. And that is very important for you to highlight the importance of education. And you spoke about 18%. Well, let me put it in 18% of our youth pass maths and English, and 5 subjects or more in our last CXC in 2024, and that is code red, as Damian Crawford said. Fire bells must be ringing, fire alarm must be ringing, and I see the reluctance and the real no action towards education from the incumbent government, and that is very bad. You spoke about your background in computing science, and I look at Dr. Andre Orton as somebody who would have done well with your knowledge and his knowledge to actually get economical revolution in Jamaica. So I look at the People's National Party, and it's an easy choice because I understand the intellect of these members, and it's so refreshing to hear you. My question for you, I want to have I want to tie it in 3. So if you allow me, my first question would be, what type of influence you would have liked to have over Jamaica from the point of view of being a policymaker? Also, what is your take on Minister Delroy Chuck, view about not wanting to identify spouses and also family member, which in 2022 they were given the Ethics Code of Conduct, which is an international document to confirm good governance, and unfortunately they didn't sign it. The last one, you talk about sustainable development. What sustainable development look like to you? How science, technology, innovation, and entrepreneurship could play a part. So if you got all of those, my apologies if they're too long, but I just hear your mind and I'd love to learn a lot more, and I'm sure a lot of people would love to hear as well.
All right, thank you very much, Jamaica. I'm intrigued by your name with the pluralizing of the mics, but we'll get into that another time. All right, thank you for your questions. All right, what influence will I like to have over Jamaica as a policymaker? All right, for me, it starts and ends with equalizing, right? I am for policies that will bring about equity in the sorts of the rights that are afforded to people, the services that people have access to, yes, and the chances that people have for succeeding in life. There needs to be greater equity. Right now, there is a huge gap between the haves and the have-nots, and the possibilities that persons from wealthy homes can aspire to compared to what those who are not so fortunate have to settle for. So I already spoke about education, but similarly in areas like in housing, and I already spoke about the infrastructure that supports the areas where poor people live. That's lacking. That cannot be. It cannot continue. And so we need to look back at some aging legislations like our Housing Act and look at providing titles to persons, to Jamaican people who live and improve the land where they live on. There are many untitled homeowners in Jamaica. And having a title really gives you access to financing. You can pledge your title and get a mortgage to get a loan and so on, which you can't do that even no matter how big and fantastic the home that you have managed to build. If you cannot get a title to your land, there are limits to what you can do. There are over 800,000 persons in Jamaica who are referred to as squatters because the land where they live on is not their own. And we need to put an end to that because many of these persons who we are calling squatters, there's a difference between being a squatter and being a thief, right? And sometimes people conflate the two, and it's not so at all. There are people who have spent enough time living on that land. Perhaps some of them are born on the land, but because they don't have title to the land, the law terms them squatters. And as a government, we need to really look at that and look at how we can provide titles to persons who have intergenerational possession and residence on the land, and how they can access, a government title to that land. So that's one of the areas that I would be advocating for when I get into Parliament. You asked me about Minister Delroy Chuck and his pronouncement that he said that he had advised members of Parliament who asked for his advice. He advised them that they need not declare their spouse's assets when they are preparing and filing their statutory declarations as required under the Integrity Commission Act. When I heard it, I said it couldn't be true. There is no way that our Minister of Justice could have said that. I had to go and check, and having made checks and seen the quotes for myself and what I have heard the minister said subsequently, I realized that he did indeed utter those words. It is unacceptable. There's no other word for it. It's literally unacceptable. The Integrity Commission Act is quite clear, as is the Anti-Corruption Act, and pretty much any anti-corruption legislation in Jamaica or worldwide. It is a requirement, it's a basic requirement that any declaration of one's assets that is trying to show what they have and how it has been acquired must include a declaration also from the spouse and children of that person. And for the Minister of Justice to tell people they don't have to do it and to say that the Integrity Commission is too fast is ridiculous, because what that is really doing, as our host has said, it's a minister of injustice. It has to be, because that is telling persons how to break the law. that is creating criminals of these persons because they're breaking the law. It cannot be. And what it does, it gives the law absolutely no effect. Yes? It makes the Integrity Commission impotent in finding and prosecuting ill-gotten gain. Yes? Illicit enrichment. Because if all somebody has to do is to get that asset, acquire that asset illicitly, illegally, and then put it in the name of their spouse or put it in the name of their child, and it's safely hidden from the glare, from the investigatory arms of the government, then what's the point of having an Integrity Commission Act at all? What's the point of saying that we are anti-corruption if you have already advised persons how to run afoul of the law to hide assets?
Is
I
this an
don't know.
international law? Sorry, not to cut you, but is this an international act?
No, it's not an international act, which actually makes it worse, because what it means is that that act was passed in the Parliament of Jamaica by Jamaicans for Jamaicans, yes? And although the minister who, oops, sorry, got lost for a second. Yes, although the minister who would have been sitting in Parliament when that act was passed and participate in the debate. So what right would he have now to be telling people not to obey the law that he was a part of passing? Yes?
Yeah.
And it's not the first time that the Minister of Justice has said or done things that undermine the rule of law and undermine the whole idea of governance and anti-corruption. Just a few months ago, the same Minister of Justice said that the Integrity Commission should be ordered to certify the Prime Minister's declaration, even though they did not find it certifiable. They should be ordered to do so. I mean, what is that? And it makes me wonder who or what is the minister trying to protect, to cover up? The Prime Minister, too, in his actions against the very government that he leads, in going to court against them, really show that the current administration is weak when it comes to accountability and bringing corrupt persons to book. They're not about that. They have shown that they are not about that.
I want to. Oh, sorry. Sorry, you're not finished. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yes. I want you to go back to your constituency that
Yes.
you're vying for. What is the plans you have for the young people
All right.
of Northeast St. Andrew?
Okay. Yes, you did ask me that, and I was en route to answering when I spoke about the various vulnerable groups. I spoke about children. In terms of the young people, youth is defined in the literature as persons between the age of 14 to 24. And that age group, we have a lot of vulnerable persons in that age group. As I said, some of them leave school early. They drop out of school. And so you have 14-year-olds who are what we call unattached, meaning they're not in school and they're not working. And the numbers of persons in that category, it's alarming. I don't remember the figures right now, but what we have seen is that there's a correlation between high incidence of unattached youth and crime. So the parishes where the unattached youth, and in particular unattached males, is high, are the parishes where crime is highest. And those top 5 parishes in Jamaica: Kingston, St. Andrew, St. Catherine, Clarendon, and St. James. Yeah, we have a lot of young men who are neither in school nor working. My plans for the constituency is to implement training, is to have accessible training centers within the constituency where young men can go to, and I'm not just talking about learning low-level skills. We want them to learn entrepreneurship so they can start their own businesses if they need to. We want them to learn STEM, well, it's now STEAM, yes? Science and technology, IT. We have very talented and creative people in Jamaica. But if they're not given the training and the opportunities to use that talent in the right ways, then those unattached males find themselves attached to things like criminal gangs, scamming, and criminality on a whole. Yeah. So training, and I've already identified certain specific locations, centers where training, skills training can take place. We have the HEART, Human Employment and Resource Training Agency in Jamaica, but there are not enough HEART facilities within the constituency. I recently speaking to some of those young, unattached males. A few of them told me that, I said, why don't go to HEART? It's free. It's too far. I told you about transportation. Transportation costs. For some people, if you have to be taking a bus and a taxi to get to the training center, that's enough of a deterrent, because that might be the choice between the transportation or your lunch money. And so they, rather than going to the training center, they just stay home and remain idle, or the devil finds work for their idle hands. Another one of my plans, and I'm going to talk now about older persons. We have in the constituency of Northeast St. Andrew a large number of professionals. But the young professionals, in the current state of the economy, they are unable to afford a mortgage. The economy, when they go to see if they qualify for a mortgage, the salaries that they're earning, even in my profession, legal profession, many young lawyers like myself are unable to afford a home, to get into the ownership of a home.
So hold on there for me, Miss Knight. So you're saying to me that although there is oh Lord, what Michael Manley?
A boom in the construction industry?
Yes.
Yes, there's a boom. There's lots of places for them to go and look at, but they don't always qualify for the mortgages. They can't.
So you're saying to me now that housing trust is not really there for the people of such, in a sense, because they have some houses that is being sold for exorbitant amount of money that you can't hardly afford.
Exactly. The Ruthven Towers is one such that was well touted for that. It was promoted when it was being built for professionals, young professionals. But once the construction was complete and it was time to start selling, they're not the ones who qualify for the mortgages. And so what we find happening is a lot of the apartments and townhouses and new fancy, lovely looking buildings and residences that are being built are being acquired by wealthy persons. Either lock them up or use them as rental properties. So that's what the young professionals have to do. They have to rent because they can't afford, they can't qualify for to buy.
It's not a serious problem in the country, Miss Knight?
It is a serious problem. I'm no economist, and so I don't have the answer to the problem, but I know that what needs to be done for sure is a change in the way banks set their lending rates. Yes, and government, the Bank of Jamaica does have power to influence and set how the banks operate in this space. And government representatives need to advocate on behalf of the people. When we see the people suffering like that, we're talking about people who have spent millions of dollars on educating themselves and sometimes have high student loans. And it's going to take them decades before they'll be able to earn a home. Very, very different economic environment than what our parents grew up in, where they in their 30s and 40s could acquire homes.
Do you believe that the National Housing Trust that was formed by the late Michael Manley, do you believe that the housing trust now is a total different housing trust from in the 1970s, 80s coming up?
It certainly is. There's no question about that. And yeah, the housing trust is not fulfilling its mandate of providing housing for the people of Jamaica. It really isn't. And there needs to be some changes to make it more accessible. We see sometimes what the housing trust builds very, very tiny, what people call matches box houses. Those are what sometimes the professionals can afford.
And, and,
As
and,
a,
and and it
as
costs
a
millions
matches
and millions of dollars.
Yes, and then they take their time and improve, add on a room here, add on a room there. But, and then if the professionals are going for the matches box houses, what is happening to the lower income people? What are they getting? They're getting nothing because they can't afford it. And there's nothing there for them.
Hmm. Jamaica?
Well, thank you. Um, I know there's one question left that you're going to go back to. I know that you had wrote it down, but I just want to comment on how you spoke about the case of Mr. Delroy Chuck, Minister Delroy Chuck, Justice
Yes.
Minister, and which his statements are very, very unfortunate and unbecoming of a justice minister. Somebody should be quoting from legislations is
Right.
now fumbling with his words and misleading members in his cabinet and also the Jamaican society who are unable to compartmentalize per se. I know in 2017, the Integrity Commission was established under the same government with the same Minister of Justice. And in 2022, the legislation was handed to them, the Ethics Code of Conduct by Integrity Commission, and they chose not to sign it. And that is a true indictment on the government, if you ask me. And I hear you spoke about entrepreneurship within your constituency. I heard you spoke about training, but I also look at the importance of coaching. While training can be the events, then coaching is that maintenance period, and that is imperative in order to have continuity. And you spoke about even the subdivisions, having the heart just having subdivision to more accessibility that is going to boost efficiency and then having effectivity for more production. One of another efficient way or innovative way is by getting bite-sized digital products so that you can meet the people where they're at. Dr. Andre Orton spoke about Jamaica missed the 1950 technological revolution, and that is something that I know that you are going to be fighting with and for us to get up to speed. As you can see in the constituency of East Portland, where Isaac Buchanan is having a tablet drive. And when you spoke about the degradation and poverty, and when we're still talking about roads and water, those are fundamental, basic human rights, which should never be a thing in 2025. And 9 years of government, and we hear somebody here in the government, the incumbent government, blaming the previous administration, 9 consecutive years. And that just goes to show cockistocracy being led by the least among us. You spoke about the grants and also stakeholders of the community, aspiring entrepreneurs getting exposed to the procurement process in order to drive economical development through MSMEs. I would love to go back to the question. I just wanted to pitch those in because I find your wealth of knowledge and your humbleness about your knowledge so amazing. And I just want to highlight that. But I will refer back to that last question because I believe this the way how you have structured your understanding of the situation, knowing where it's at, the basic level, where you want to get it to, and how to have policy to influence all of those to ensure that you have a finished product. So please refer back to that question, the third one. I will love that. Thank you.
All right. Yes, your third question was about sustainable development. Now, it's a kind of catch-all phrase. It means a lot of things to a lot of people because the word development can mean many, many things, right? We can talk about human development. We can talk about infrastructure development. I don't know what area you wanted me to focus on, but I'm going to answer the question in a way that I know my constituents, it will mean something to them. Development in northeastern St. Andrew right now has come to mean high-rise buildings, has come to mean concrete, yes? And what we are finding is that there are areas in which persons living in a bungalow, one-story home, family, on a street and in a neighborhood where there are single-family, one-story or sometimes two-story homes, almost overnight, there is a multifamily dwelling next door to them. And this is largely a feature of an aging population, because what we see a lot is that when the elderly whose families either don't live in Jamaica, I'm seeing a lot of shifting of the camera. Yeah. I'm still here.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to put you up front. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
That's all right. Yeah. When persons age out of being actively able to maintain their homes, we find that developers swoop down and sometimes the family members are willing to sell to the highest bidder, really. And developers are looking to, I'm talking about the urban construction developers now, they are looking to create the most amount of living space per square inch. And so a plot of land that would have hosted one family is now home to 20, 30, 40 families because they're creating high-rise apartments. Now, it is good for the expansion of our urban space and for the number of persons that need to find living space. But it creates some conflict because when it is haphazard and persons with two high rises beside them and they're still living in there, it crowds out their light, it crowds out their air, it invades their privacy, it creates traffic problems and bottlenecks in areas where the streets were never intended to have 100 persons driving out to go to work at 6:30 in the morning. And so it really is creating an urban nightmare, The water supply is not enough. You find that you turn on your tap and it's a drip, drip coming out because the supply is just simply not enough bandwidth to supply that many homes in an area. And so this type of development that's going on right now is not sustainable. It's not sustainable. The roads can't support it. The water can't support it. God forbid there's a fire. Our fire service doesn't have the facilities to reach up to those, 10-story buildings in some areas.
Yes.
And so the development needs to be planned development.
Mm-hmm.
It needs to be that our building codes, yes, and there are zones. There are zones of planning zones.
Yes.
There are planning documents, laws, legislation that says what the zone should accommodate, but there is a lot of corruption and a lot of favoritism, getting around the system, all the legislation that in some instances is too old to deal with the current state of our how people live and how people get access to information, for instance. So, for example, legislation that says that if you're going to do a development, you need to put a notice at the post office. What's the point of that? How many people in today's day going to post office?
Does Jamaica have any more post office, Miss Knight?
We do. The post offices are here. The post offices are here. Several of them, I understand, especially in rural parishes, some of the postal agencies have been closed because people aren't using them. People not using post anymore. Everybody is on WhatsApp and TikTok. So even their family and friends abroad, they send money. Money can come by wire transfer direct from one bank to the other.
And shipping companies.
Telegram. Nobody
And
going.
shipping companies as well.
And what?
Shipping companies as well.
Shipping companies, exactly. Yeah.
I must say I
Post
have
office
to
is a thing of the
run.
past.
I must say I have to run. My great apology. I have a situation that I have to run to. But most definitely it's been a great pleasure. Uncle Tavares, I'll definitely catch up. And
Yeah, man.
Auntie Daisy, I really do appreciate it. Good night, and it's good to see you. Everybody in the chat, everybody, our well wishers, continue to like, to share, and to subscribe because we're getting conversations that we're not getting from local media. And it is imperative that we are educated in order to be empowered to create changes, needed changes in our society. So love and blessings to you all, and I definitely look forward to more conversations.
Jamaica, thank you for coming on. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamal. Pleasure meeting you. Thanks for your questions. I hope.
We have with us Lady Marie Edwards. But before I have Marie come on in, let me ask Miss. I'm having a feedback here, echo. Let me ask Lady Knight this question here, Miss Knight. Your constituency at the moment, what is the crime like in your constituency? And also, what is your views on the idea of constitutional reform? And why I go down that road also is because Jamaicans have never voted for their prime minister since 1962. The Jamaican people have always voted for their members of parliament. A prime minister has been elected because he's the leader of the party. And don't you believe, well, my belief, I should say, is this, that Jamaicans must have a say in the formulating of this constitution, and the Jamaican people must have a say in who governs them in the sense of a president or a prime minister. We, the people, want a prime minister or a president elected by us, for us. We don't want a ceremonial head. And your views on that, Miss Knight? Go ahead.
I concur with your views, which is in keeping with the views of the People's National Party as espoused by our leader, comrade leader Mark Jefferson Golding. We definitely, there's no point in reforming our constitution if it's not going to give our people more of a say. Yes? And so to have, what is being proposed is that the head of state is selected by Parliament and by a 2/3 majority of Parliament. That doesn't augur well for Jamaica becoming a republic and removing the figurehead who is a representative from the UK. Because the whole point of it is to give our people a say. And so, totally with you on that. And I understand and fully support the party's position, the opposition position, in not signing off on the so-called reforms that the current administration is proposing, which is a sort of piecemeal, step by step, rather than trying to get us completely free from the colonial past and the vestiges, the sad history that we want to put behind us and have forgotten as we take control of ourselves. We definitely need to have the constitutional reform in a way that gives the people a say, full and complete
In your
contribution and participation.
yes, in your constituency now, then I have Marie come on in. In your constituency now, what's the crime like in your constituency?
Crime in the constituency, there are pockets, there are areas, and there are sometimes flare-ups. And what we have seen, I can say, in the past, I would say, year or so, seem to be like contract killings, you know, that you just hear that somebody in broad daylight standing up outside a shop or in a plaza is gunned down. I mean, a few months ago, I was at a funeral, and next door to the church where the funeral is, this is on Shortwood Road, right next door is a plaza with business places. And within minutes of me leaving the funeral, I was seeing it in WhatsApp everywhere that somebody was shot and killed in the plaza right next door to where I was. In broad daylight, talking about 1 o'clock in the day on a Saturday. I mean, and then on Barbican Road recently, we had similar, just somebody just come in and so we have a problem where I guess it's some of those same unattached youths that I spoke of who make themselves available for very small sums of money, I understand, to become hitmen. That, you know, for 20,000, 50,000, whatever it is, you give a man a money, 100,000, if it's perhaps a more high profile person he's going to kill, and that's it. People's lives are snuffed out. So, you know, you're afraid to mash a man corn, because if you do, there are hitmen out there for hire. Yeah.
What would you do though if one of those, if a Don should approach you and say, listen now, Miss Knight, now that for you to get the seat, you know, Miss Knight from Delroy truck, you know, you have to let off a thing, you know. That's a thing they run nowadays, you know. What would you do?
To let off a thing.
Yeah, man. We get a thing, buy some vote, give the people them.
Yeah.
You have to let off a thing to make sure you can get a vote, you know.
Yeah. Definitely no. Because I know and I understand that persons have a right to vote as they please. And I'm not in support at all of any Don telling people how to vote. And if that's what it takes, they can keep the vote. Because as I said before, I'm not just looking a route to parliament. I'm looking to become a representative to bring better for people. And that's the message I'm preaching. And if people don't hear that message and don't actually want better, then really they don't want me. And that's okay. Because if I'm voted in because Dons have paid people or coerced people because I have paid the Don, then what are those people voting for? They're not voting for the development that I am going to bring. They're voting for something else. And they won't be satisfied with me. So when they hear my message, if people log on to the message, as we say, and they buy into the vision of a better Jamaica, starting with a better Northeast St. Andrew, then that is how I intend to earn my seat in Parliament.
Marie?
Hello. Are
Yes,
you
I'm
hearing me,
hearing you
Jeffrey?
loud and clear. Loud and clear
Hi.
from Negril Point to Moran Point.
Good evening, Jeffrey. How are you doing? And
I'm
to
really
Miss
good.
Knight,
Hi,
um,
Marie.
MP, Member of Parliament to be for Northeast St. Andrew. Thanks for being in this space. Thank you, Jeffrey, for inviting me. Well, every week you invite me, so sometimes I don't get a chance to come on. So I said I would make some time. And to all the wonderful people in the chat, a blessed Monday evening to you. But there are 3 points that I want to touch on that Miss Knight mentioned. And I have, before even going to that, I have to say, your father, Miss Knight, set a standard that you can follow. He has a blueprint that you can clean up, dust off. Not everything might work, but some things might. and what can be brought into the 21st century, you should look seriously into those things and do so, because our elders, they have seen many more breadfruit seasons than you and I. So they have something to contribute. And though he's your dad, you have to take seriously, pick his brain, which I'm sure you do, but take seriously some of the things that he did and make it relevant to today's society for the
Here,
sake of
here.
a better Jamaica and the young people. Yeah, but three things that I want to touch on it, because I started listening late, and it has to do with the Constitutional Reform Committee. The current rough draft, as put out by the CRC last year, is seriously flawed. It is not reflecting the rights of the Jamaican people. It is saturating, concentrating power in the hands of a few at the expense of the people. That cannot be for how a healthy society is developed. When you look at the current structure and how the Constitution is barely hanging on by a thread, because you have a government, Andrew Holness's government, that has been running roughshod with the Constitution for a very long time. And he has done so much with it. As a matter of fact, he has been doing it before he became prime minister. He did it while he was in opposition. So some of the things that have come out in the CRC rough draft is not something that is palatable, should be palatable to the Jamaican people. It is not reflecting their needs, their power, their rights, and what should be of paramount importance and what should be at the core of this constitutional reform is the rights of the people, not only further entrenched, but improved upon, not stripped from them. Because when you look at it, they want to concentrate power in the hands of the president, whether they want a figurehead like the current one that we have in the form of a governor general. Nobody wants that. You need power to be concentrated in a way that the president can be removed. You need impeachment clauses. It cannot be that you have a situation where the president can be, the prime minister slash president can be there running afoul of the law, having 28 bank accounts, and nobody can bring that person to books. It cannot work that way. And as a matter of fact, the current administration does not have the moral ground upon which to stand to reform the Constitution. I also believe that the Constitution should be looked into, developed a body of persons, not limited to government persons, outside of the government. You have other people within the Commonwealth whose expertise they can draw on to constitute this reform committee, to look at the Constitution and overall all of it, not in parts, because when you do it in part, you're going to run into problems where they only reform the part that gives the government more power and robs the people of their rights. That is unhealthy. So it shouldn't be the work of the government. It should be the work of an independent committee. You should have one or two political representatives, but they shouldn't have the kind of power that they do right now in an issue such as this. The other thing is about the issue of crime. I have never seen a time in Jamaica where violence against women and children is so rampant, out of control. It's like, yes, when we were growing up, we heard about crime, and I'm not trying to justify crime against men. That's not the point. But it has gotten so bad that, the things that are happening to women and children are unheard of. And we have to ask the question, what is happening to young people? What is happening within the society? Why has the society become so desensitized to crime and to violence that it can be inflicted with reckless abandon? towards anybody, especially women and children. And tribal politics, there, that has to stop. It shouldn't be about voting me a diehard PNP and diehard JLP. It should be about diehard policies, because you have to look at a political party based on the policies, what policies they put in legislation that benefited the people. And it is fair to say, though it might sound biased, that the People's National Party have, through the decades that they have been afforded the opportunity to lead, have had the policies that benefited the people, not just some people, but all the people. And if we go back to Michael Mann is the standard bearer. He laid out a blueprint where we talk about equal pay for women, we talk about maternity leave with pay, no bath, all of that. And those things have been exhausted. But it's about, having a vision for the people. When one puts themselves up for representational politics, and the message to the young people should be a message of empowerment. It was Martin Luther King who once said, people said, to pull yourself up by your bootstraps. And he was like, how can you tell a man to pull himself up by his bootstraps when he doesn't even have boots? And the thing is, people are saying, young people must be engaged. Where are the resources? Where are the community centers? Where are the skills training centers? Not all children will be academically inclined. So what about those that have skill sets? And when you look at the current work environment and work climate, technology has created a different situation altogether. So where is the training for those young persons who have the skill sets, who need vocational training to enhance that so that they don't gravitate towards criminal behavior? They have no outlet. And we go back again to Michael Manley, because we beat his name, and he is dead and gone so many years. But the policies that he has put in place, people are talking about to this very day, because there were social policies that brought about social change, because he looked at the country's climate and he looked at the people and thought to himself, how can I as a leader work with my administration to make and to create a better society for the country that I am the leader of? And he looked at it in parcels. He looked at women, he looked at children, he looked at the farmer. And when he looked at children, he looked at, the early childhood. That was something spearheaded by Beverly Anderson Manley Duncan, right? He looked at, you go from early childhood, then you go to primary. As a matter of fact, young people used to graduate at 14. He changed that, because a child at 14 is a child. What skill sets do they have to be into the workforce? They don't. Okay, he looked at the school system and changed it from one system to a shift system, where you get more people involved in schools. And the education system was way better than it is right now. Why is it you have so many children graduating from schools and cannot read and write? And no one seems to be focused on that the fact that crime is driven by poverty and the lack of proper education. When you have an educated community, you have the less propensity for young people to go into criminal activity. But
Sorry,
they cannot read, they cannot write. What do
Maria.
you expect of them? Yes, dear.
Sorry to cut you. Miss Knight had until 9 o'clock with us. It's 9:20 now.
Okay. So that was just my piece on that.
Okay.
And I thank you for that commentary. Really, you have raised some very pertinent points. From what you have said, I'm going to ask our host to give me your contact so that we can keep in touch and we can to develop some of these ideas. As I build and prepare my manifesto to publish in advance of the election. I thank you very much, and I want to thank you, Jeffrey,
Absolutely.
on this program.
You're welcome.
Yes, it has been good for me. I am grateful for the exposure.
Yes, but what I want you to do though before you go is speak directly to the people of Northeast St. Andrew, because on this platform here, whether we like it or whether we don't believe it, yes or no, we have a lot of Jamaicans. I remember the figure that the producer gave to me a couple of days ago. A lot of Jamaicans who are listening to us from within the country and outside of the country, but especially in the country. Speak to
Yes.
the people of Northeast St. Andrew now as their member of parliament to be.
All right. Northeastern St. Andrew. Let me just point out, I heard our host talk about, or was it Jamaica, talk about 8 or 9 years of this government. In Northeastern St. Andrew, it's been far longer. It's been 27 years that the current member of parliament has been the representative. So he can't blame 9 years or anything. It's 27 years. That's longer than many of you who don't think it matters if you vote. And I want you to recognize that it does matter. It does matter because whatever you see not happening, it has not been happening under that same person in charge. And so if you want to see a change, I ask you to give me the opportunity by voting Stacey Knight in the next election. I want to encourage those of you who have not taken the chance to go and get registered to vote, that you can still get registered, get enumerated for Northeastern St. Andrew. It's 10 Shortwood Road. That's closer to the Constant Spring Road end. It's in the plaza with the Western Union and the uniform store, right next door to Design Options and Alcor. Y'all should know where it is. Please go to 10 Shortwood Road. It takes 10 minutes to get enumerated. There's never a long line. You go in, you fill out a form, they take your picture. You need to wear something that's dark colored, that will stand out against a white background, dark or bright colored, just not white. 10 minutes, they come and verify you, and you get an opportunity to choose who will be your leader in parliament, who will stand and advocate for you, who will be your representative. My contact information, I'm going to ask Jeffrey if he can share it. My email, stacyknightpnp@gmail.com. My Instagram is Stacey Knight PNP, and the Instagram is stacyknight.pnp, and TikTok is Stacey Knight PNP. So if you search for Stacey Knight PNP, pretty much you'll find me on all of these platforms. All right, and get out and vote because it makes a difference. We need to have a government that cares about good, transparent governance, that's against corruption, and that wants to be accountable to you, the people. I am your representative, willing and ready to be accountable to you. Thank you, Jeffrey.
I
Thank
know
you.
you have to go,
Thanks,
but
dear
I
listeners.
want to play a video. I know you have to. I want to play a video that Mr. Knight and you can listen to. That I always play on my program when I'm going to end the program. I'm going to end the program now, but I'm going to, as I normally play it. But I want you to listen to this by the late John Lewis.
All right.
I got arrested a few times. During the 60s, I went to jail 40 times. Since I've been in Congress, I've been arrested another 5 times. And I'm probably going to get arrested again for something. I'm not suggesting that any of you should go out and get arrested. But when you see something that is not right, not fair, not just, stand up and say something. Do something. I gave a little blood on that bridge in Selma 53 years ago. I almost died. Some of my friends and colleagues were murdered in Mississippi and other places. I'm not asking any of you to give any blood. I'm just asking you to go and vote like you never voted before. We have to vote. The vote is the most powerful nonviolent instrument or tool we have in a democratic society, and we must use it. Use it. Go out and vote.
There you have it. the late John Lewis. I want to say thanks to Miss Stacey Knight for coming on. I want to say thanks to Sir Katie Knight for allowing us to have his daughter in the sense of representing Northeast St. Andrew. Marie, I must apologize. She gave us a little bit of time to come on, and I apologize to you for cutting you so abruptly because she sent me a message. She has to go now. That is why I had to do that. But Marie, you come on, talk to us. Talk to us
Yeah,
about
that's fine. That's fine, Jeffrey.
talk.
Um,
Mhm.
this, when you spoke to me yesterday, and I thought to myself, what honestly are some of the things that we need to be talking about? And everywhere there are problems. When you look everywhere, something is going on. And I come to the conclusion because when I speak with my friend, I call her commander in chief.
Mhm.
And when I speak with her, I say, we need to take mental health breaks and stuff like that. But in listening to her, to Miss Knight talk about some of the
especially a big fat.
situations facing young people, what we need to understand is that we have self-love is a problem. The lack of self-love, I should say, is a problem. And how do we encourage our young people to improve on their love of self and for self to really help them to make a course correction
Mhm.
in their lives and see better for themselves? Because you know government don't have all the answers. A lot of it comes from the home, it comes from the communities. But when they know better, they will do better. Because some of the choices that they are making for representatives, people to represent them, it's no wonder that they themselves have children who cannot read and write and they're graduating from high school. Because when you have a member of parliament who says, dig out your hand, Miguel, what do you after you do your homework? You know what I'm saying? After you go to school.
Mhm.
When you have a member of parliament who says, oh, just give me 5 more years so I can secure my children and my grandchildren, and those persons are still in office, it is
Mhm.
because the people who voted them into office do not see themselves beyond $5,000 on a box of food, as one
Yes.
member of parliament said. So how do we inculcate in our people, you know, the importance of self-love? Love self enough more than a political party. Love self enough more than the MP and the Prime Minister. Love self enough to know that I am going to vote for policies, not person. And when you vote against your self interest, it hurts everybody because you look at the healthcare system, you look at the education system, you look at national security. And you have to ask, where are the leaders? Because there are no policies coming forth to address these issues. So, I would love for the people to become more informed, educated, edified voters. And it can only come from a place where they know their own worth, their own sense of self, their own value, and the power of their vote. It is more than a box of food. It is more than a member of parliament cooking at a roadside, for people. Stop eating from these people. They should be able to give you more than just a photo up of them cooking at the roadside. When you give them your vote, they go to parliament for 5 years and give themselves millions of dollars in salary. When you get nothing, you don't even have a decent school to send your child to. So there has to be, in our conversations on these social platforms,
Marie, give me a
an
minute.
an
Marie, give me a minute. Continue
incorporation.
talking, give me a
Yes,
minute. Continue
yes,
talking, but give me a minute.
yes. There has to be in these social spaces an incorporation of self-awareness, an understanding of the importance of me. How can I give to somebody that which I don't have within me? You know, so we have to find a way to talk to our loved ones about the political process and how they have to elevate themselves above where these politicians see them, because the politicians only see them as diehard. They go and vote for me no matter what. I'm going to patch a road, just patch a pothole, and they're going to vote for me. I'm just going to give a school a fan and they're going to vote for me. There's no long-term planning for the education system. No, where are the town halls to talk to your member of parliament, hold those member of parliament feet to the fire to say, come on, what have you done for me lately? What have you been doing since you have been sitting there? And it applies to everybody, because we look at the systems that are in place and we see that the systems are broken, and it's people that make the system work. But if the voter don't understand their own power in the process of governance, they will always be taken for granted. And they can no longer allow themselves to be taken for granted, because you have a government in place that is raking in everything for themselves, getting rich off the backs of the taxpayer. You cannot hold them accountable. And here we are in today's
Mary, we have
society
a
in
call. Sorry.
2020-25 talking about edified, educated, informed
Yes.
voting. It
Sorry, we have a
cannot
call.
be about just people and colors. It has to be more than that. Yes,
Sorry,
go ahead.
we have a call. Caller, go ahead. Welcome to the program. Hold on. Hold on. Go ahead now.
Jamaica cannot run like this, man. We need a good leader, man. Clear corruption. I'm overseas and forget pension 2 year now. I can't get my money. Calling them tell me when I call the ministry of social security telling me about the government, and we must call MP and all ring a road them telling me. Telling me how much money I supposed to get, and all now I can't see money over 2 years now. I replied to them September the 18th. Now it's nothing. What can go? I hear Charles unionizing me the security. And you thought the prime minister not doing nothing for all these ministry. Nothing at all going on. Everything is a failure. What can go so?
So let me ask you a question,
Them have
caller.
to
Let me ask you a question. You're saying that you haven't gotten your pension for how many years now?
2 years ago now. Yeah, no money, nothing. And when I call, just wasting time. Them telling me go to prime minister and go to MP, and it's all these things that they're not dealing with the overseas people them at all. And this is bad. What can go so?
Marie,
I said this man give a
Marie, what is your views in this?
Repeat your question for me, Jeffrey.
What is your views on what the caller is saying about their pension? They haven't gotten their pension from when?
Well, but here's the thing. I'm not surprised. I give you even one better. You know, when you have a deceased, especially for persons who work in the public sector, you have a funeral grant that you get. And from 2018, when my father passed, I'm yet to get the funeral grant that they give out. You know, it's not that I needed it, but it is there because you pay into the system. So when you have a loved one who's deceased, you're supposed to get back some of that money. To this day, so I stopped calling. So you know what the caller is saying. It is rather unfortunate that you shouldn't be going to the member of parliament for something like that. That is why you have the Ministry of National of Social Welfare and Social Security. That is their job, and they have the offices. You should be call them the office, and they should be able to sort it out. What is the purpose of going to a member of parliament and having these ministries in place? It makes no sense, and that is
When you
why
call in
our
the
friends
office,
cannot.
when you call in the office, you talk to our staff. They're telling you all kind of story. They don't respond of what going on and call back, and they will write you and the money they mail it. And when you call, the next one say don't mail out as yet, and it's so they having you says the government. You have to deal with the government.
You know something,
Yeah.
Carla and Marie? I believe that the people in the Ministry of Labor and Social Security is having a ring around the people who live overseas, you know. Because they know that they can't come down because they don't talk to them. You're not costing a lot of money for them to come down. So they keep on putting them around the rosy, here we come again.
See, that's what I tell them. Yes. I tell them I'm going to have to get the diaspora and get lawyers on them. Yet they just have you around and put you on this one and this. It's so many names I have. If I to call out their name, my toes and finger can't count. I talk to every ministry. You inner circle, the one in the everyone, all some of them in country too, they said. And when they look in the system, they're telling you, yes, money is so much, and you're gonna get it. Nothing. They just have you back. Oh, the system is down. You have to call MP. Oh, it's the government. And it's you're just having you say, okay, that government soon have to leave out of power. Because he's not for the people. He's not for poor people.
What I don't understand though, the Ministry of Labor and Social Security has nothing to do with the Member of Parliament. So is within the ministry the problem is. The ministry has a problem. And some hanky-panky going on in the ministries. Why they have overseas people? Some of them get paid, some don't get paid. As if they're having them around the whole of Parade downtown Kingston.
Well, something is going on. I don't know who holding on to the money or what's going on, but there's no rule and regulation here. You oversee and you go your social security, you go anywhere they deal with you. If they tell you 5 days, you see you getting the mail in the second days instead of 5 days. That's how they work in any state. But in Jamaica, it's just corruption and money in their pocket. It's just pure corruption. But as I call to Donald Trump, him is to hold on them MP, take away the visa from them a mash up Jamaica and the citizen them in Jamaica, those JLP MP and the Prime Minister. 28 bank account, money moving here and there. I don't know what's really got. The country cannot run like this. Him give people 2 little houses. Him a give key of all kids. I pose them up. Photo up with little kids when them go to school. Kids, oh, government give you free house. Your granny and your mother live in a government. I never see Michael Manley do that. Michael Manley make over 400,000. What a 40,000 houses. And all over. And I never see Michael Manley oppose nobody if it go on for photo up. And I show key and ribbon and balloon. Houses where man make, you do have like water, toilet, you have to pour in a bucket and I throw it somewhere and you say you're giving out key. What can go so? Right now, I never know Kingston people buying water. In Trenchtown, Denham Town, all about there, those also Michael Manley bill. Some of them are labor right and what Michael Manley bill house, everybody get house. Both labor, PNP. They don't even have water. They buying water. I say, what? I never know water buying in Kingston. I think it's in country. So what can go so? Voting on road and water. You oversee Canada, I travel, I just leave Aruba. Clean, no zinc fence. No board fence, no board house, everything immaculate. I travel all about. I go England, get to here, everywhere looking good. I don't know where I don't travel to. Jamaica is the worst island right now. It is a disgrace. Internationally, just laughing off of Jamaica, just come to nothing. This cannot, what can go so? Them have to vote out this man. He have to go. He cannot manage the country. Give it up to who can manage the country. The country is into a sinking sun. No hospital. Nothing. I have a lady right now. She went to public just a month ago. She fall off her chair and hit her head. And right now the lady gets strokes. Young, she just in her 70s, early 70s. She get strokes right now. When they ask the nurse them, well, I don't know. She fall off. Who pick her up? Is the next person will sit beside her into a wheelchair. Is them help take her up.
Hold on there. She drop off in the hospital itself?
Right in public hospital. Right in public hospital, that lady fall off her chair and hit her head. And right now she gets strokes. Her daughter have to leave the state now and gone home to take care of her mother. Can't afford a helper to take care of her mother. Right in the hospital, public, just couple, yeah.
Let me ask you a question, though, caller. What is the daughter doing about this? Because if it's so,
the daughter is not so, you know, those, if I tell him if I were around, I would make sure get help. The daughter, you know, them people is not too much slow. I tell them to go to the MP, counselor, go to a lawyer, whatsoever. They just scared and they just, I don't know. Poor lady gets strokes right now. She lose her senses. She can't even bathe herself. She can't do nothing to herself, nothing. The country gone. Big Christmas, the people can't even eat a Christmas dinner, chicken back and flour and rice. That's why the people them have diabetic. That's why they jail PNP them own funeral home. And them know the Jamaica people them dying out. And as your body die in the hospital, they carry you to their funeral home that they own. What can a country run like this? But Mr. Mark Golan needs to go out on the YouTube channel, them, your channel, we alone some all about and talk. Because I'm going to the house. I see them a gang him and I tell him must go back on boat and turn off mic on him. He have no thought they disrespect him into the House of Parliament. What can go so? Turn off mic on him. He have no saying. Him have to say you throw stone and it is what is a disgrace? So what him need to do is go on all of those YouTube channel and speak out and bring down Andrew Holness. Him got to go. He cannot manage a country. That 52-year-old boy left Cumberland Road, never know nothing. Hungry, live in a boathouse, 1 bedroom, and turn billionaire. Richer than the prime minister, the president, the prime minister in Canada. Richer than the prime minister in America, England. What can go so? We come from a 1 bedroom house.
Hold on, Miss Lady there. Hold on there. We gotta cut this now, but I want you to know, I want you to tell us again. You said it's over 2 years now you haven't had any pension.
Nothing at all. Telling me nothing, and they check up how much money I was to get. All the money sum up to all it, and all no nothing.
Have you tried to go through the Jamaica Consul General in Miami, Oliver Mayer, to see what he can do to assist you?
Well, I have to look up feet and get the phone number and call them. But I keep calling Jamaica and calling them and talk to so many workers, and they telling me, put me onto this one, and everything I do. Surf ticket, I give them everything what they ask for. They say they receive it, everything. But when the money time, nothing. Telling me it's coming. Some tell me it's mail out. When I called back the next one, oh, it don't mail out yet. I said, what? So it's just like, oh, go to the MP. Who I said, who is the MP? They said Pernell Charles
It's not the
Jr.
MP. No, he's
And
the
the
minister. The minister.
minister. I must go to the minister, Pernell Charles, and I must go to the prime minister. And it's just so they have me, the amount of names that I have.
Okay.
I can give a whole list who I spoke with.
What I don't know. I've been trying to get a hold of somebody for you, and the person answering their phone. I don't know.
What can go so?
I think your next bet is either you go to Jamaica or you try the Jamaica Council General in Miami to see if he can assist
Well,
you.
so if you get you're going to say forget that number and try that is it, yeah. And yeah, I'm going to do it. But I have to do something.
Yes, ma'am.
They having me around. What a way the country just gone to nothing. This guy cannot run the country. Just give it up. He going there to look wealth. He don't go in for the poor people or the people.
Okay.
Him going there for the 1%. And the other percent that suffer, hungry, dying.
All right, caller. Thanks
This
for calling in.
cannot go like this. This cannot go like this. We have to get him out.
All right. Thanks.
PNP, JLP, we all one people fighting for the country, not fighting for no color. No orange and no green. We are fight for the country. This cannot happen. So give it up to who can come in there, probably come do better.
Okay, caller. Thanks for calling in.
All right.
Thank you so much.
You have a good one.
Same to you. I pray and hope that she get some assistance though. Marie, we have been at it for a little while. You're taking what this lady just said and we can wrap up. Or you have something else to say?
No, she's right. It cannot be about, colors. People need to vote for policies because the systems are not working. The system is broken, and it is the people that make the system work. And if they don't know their own worth, as a person, as individually and collectively, no wonder these politicians are running circles around them that they can give them bolo work and they go out and do public service announcement for them when it is the duty of the government to fix the darn roads. It is the duty of the government to clean up the place. It is their job. So why do they want a pat on the shoulder for doing their job? That's nonsense. So, the thing is, and why I say the people have to know their own worth and their value. They cannot do this uptown. They don't do this uptown. You see anybody uptown out there taking photo up with any of these members of parliament? No, they're not. Because they cannot take this nonsense to them. So why do they allow it to take it down to people who live below halfway tree and crossroads, and to tell them, and they live in the rural areas, and to tell them, okay, I give you bottle work, so you must go out and talk about me and how much I'm fixing. It's your damn job. What are you talking about? Big up the MP. Big up the MP for doing their job. That makes no sense, and they have to, and no wonder they treat them so badly because they cannot see themselves voting in the interest of schools because the schools benefit everybody. One donkey benefits one person, one cow benefits one person. When you fix the road, it benefits everybody. When the farming community is doing well, everybody benefits, not just one person. But I really hope she gets this issue resolved. But she should not be going to any minister. She shouldn't be calling the minister.
No,
she should be calling the department that deals with it. And she shouldn't be calling the any member of parliament either, because that is why corruption cannot end. Because if you give one of those same workers, if you say, okay, I'm going to give you money, and I'm going to put something in your hand, you get what you want done. Why can't you then do the job that you're getting paid for? Why does somebody have to pay you outside of that to get it done? I'm telling you, if she for her to get it resolved, she's gonna have to pay someone under the table. It is sad, but that's just how it is. Sad but true. Shouldn't be, but
I want to play. I want to play not a video, a voice note Well, so this is the news. I want to play it because there is a thing going on within the halls of the People's National Party. A well-known singer went and tarnished Dayton Campbell's name about something going on about the KSMC. And I want you to listen to this, Marie.
Michael Hustin's dancehall artist Mr. Vegas, whose given name is Clifford Smith, has apologized for alleged defamatory remarks made against PNP General Secretary Dr. Dayton Campbell. The apology comes a day after Dr. Campbell threatened to sue Vegas. Dr. Campbell issued the warning while addressing the candidate presentation of Damian Crawford in Northwest St. Catherine yesterday.
But me used to overcoming challenges from your boy. First, people attack my reputation in the most vicious way about 3 years ago. Then after that, shots fire over one station and them tell lie. Say me make it happen. Now them a come tell lie about me misallocate money. I don't work a parish council. I don't have no standing for instruct no parish council, so I can misappropriate anything. And any boy or girl will say so. Me and them are going courthouse, starting with Mr. Vegas.
That's Dr. Dayton Campbell, the PNP General Secretary. Prior to his remarks, Dr. Campbell posted on Saturday that he had instructed his attorneys at Stubbs Law to initiate legal proceedings against Vegas. In a social media post today, Mr. Vegas says he wished to publicly apologize to the PNP General Secretary for any unflattering remarks he made about him at any time. Vegas added that he does not have any information or facts about any improper behavior or activity regarding the PNP General Secretary. He ended the post by apologizing for any allegations that have been made.
Marie, you know, when I set up
Shouldn't
people,
he have availed himself of the facts first before coming out and making these defamatory statements against the General Secretary, Dr. Dayton Campbell? You should have done that first. You don't do things after the fact. So, I can't feel sorry for him. Why they don't leave Dayton Campbell alone?
That's the question. I don't understand. And that is why, Marie, a lot of people don't like me because of what I stand for. No one cannot call me on my phone and say, Jeffrey, say XQYZ. I have to verify that first.
Yes.
For me to come on public thing with it. Because when anybody's suing me, the person who tell me laughing off of me.
Exactly. But it should not only apply to persons in public life or persons with notoriety, or in your communities, in your home. You do not say things about people that you don't know the facts are.
Mm-hmm.
You cannot, because so many lives have been destroyed because of persons' misinformation and disinformation. He should have availed himself of the facts first. He didn't have to wait until he come out to threaten a lawsuit to come and apologize. And he likes to run his mouth and beat his chest. When he has the facts in front of him, he runs his mouth and he beats it and he just carries on. And when he doesn't have the facts, do some fact checking. At least do the honorable thing and speak truth to power. It cannot be.
And that is to show you. That's to show Labour Party bloggers and PNP bloggers, especially Labour Party bloggers, that the Jamaica Labour Party and the leadership will never come and help you. So
exactly.
When they come on social media cussing a Wilfred Rattick and a Jeffrey Tavares and whosoever, and defaming their names and carrying the names down, you think the Labour Party will come and get lawsuit and say, okay,
they're not going to waste money on them. They're not going to waste money on them. They're going to tell them that they didn't go out there and ask them to do anything for them.
There you go.
They're not going to do it. So I don't see why they're putting themselves out there like that. There's too much information out there. The place is content rich. Too much information out there for you to dissect. You don't have to resort to, defamatory statements. There's no need for all of that. Absolutely no need. And no one should traffic in lies and, and disinformation. There, too much good information is there. And you will never exhaust the information that is there. Because the IC report on the Prime Minister came out last June. It is yet to be exhausted.
There's so much in it.
There's so much in it. The Auditor General's report just came out the other day. It is yet to be exhausted. The conversation around SSL is yet to be exhausted. The conversation around all these coke finds at Errol Flynn Airport, all over yet to be exhausted. All the fines, the plane that crashed and the ship that landed and all those things are yet to be exhausted.
And
right?
$3 trillion.
You look at the education system, healthcare system, crime rate. So you don't have to resort to, to lies. No one has to do that. You have how many trillions of dollars unaccounted for. Still, the Ministry of Health cannot account for monies that have been allocated to the ministry.
Sorry, Marie. Good night, caller. Welcome to the program.
Good night, Brother Jeffrey. Good night, Sister Maria. Long time
Good
no
night,
see
my
you
love.
up. Well, like I tell you something, I feel so good tonight from last night. This is only the start. Mr. Vegas left music and start pick on people. This is the start. And Mr. Dayton Campbell, let me tell you something. We could have sent 100 million trillion apology, take him before the court, set an example out of him, teach them knowledge when they come out, and tarnish people name for something where you don't know about. Teach them it. Right? You teach one woman named Cross and him no learn. So put it on him 10 times, tenfold from Vegas into disrespectful. I said when in Ghana protest, we tell you a protest over foreign. He come there and give problem and I give problem. Make him pay if he roast, boil and bake. Everything him a pay for. And I stand with you. Yeah, come out there with him foolishness and Jamaica, this one, Japan, Jamaica, and yeah, do this. Oh, you is not an MP. You are not vying for a seat of MP. You are not vying for a councillor seat. And you just take up politics, so. Everybody have a right to affiliate with a party. Nothing is wrong with that. But you just go to condemn people. You're gonna people yard, you're gonna people bedroom. You know, this Mark Golden about his breeding wife at 14. And you don't know that something that hurt me. It hurt me to the core. You're gonna the man yard. Not knowing that the man wife is older than him. Disrespectful to Mark Golden. Mark Golden have never done this country nothing that is wrong. Mark Golden make man can light the spliff and police can harass you. Mark Golden write so much legislation at the house. And this wicked man, they not read it, they not look at nothing, they not table it, nothing. And Mark Golden put himself out here, fight for we, and we grand and we great grand picnic. What Mark Golden doing, he don't have to do it because Mark Golden born in money. Mark Golden no money. Mark Golden know if he spend money. Mark Golden know if he cut and paste with money. And a little crap like you know. Want to bring down him man, disrespectful to him man. Fear little nincompoop. Andrew Wallace is nothing but a nincompoop. Andrew Wallace worse than Trump. And see right now, we see one letter flirt round where Agintai or AK Montague name the pan say.
Hold on,
them call. Yeah.
Hold on. You see when I come over here, so me and a good friend. Not call nobody name though.
Yeah, but it on social media.
That not say.
It letter I do not get it yet.
No, I don't get it. So I can't say nothing because I haven't seen it yet.
Well, me see it pan too. I me see it pan long term. No do foolishness. So them a call for arrest Trump to take down because he put the party in a repute. It no matter who take down a JLP party or who take up or who take aside, it time come.
But if
Mercy.
if it's now the chairman of the the Jamaica Labour Party, Robert Bobby Montague, if it's him that write that letter, and is calling for Dr. Chang to step aside. It's long time Dr. Chang to step aside. The Prime Minister should have asked him to step aside from a long time.
Yes, me agree.
He presided over last year 1,132 Jamaicans murdered. And the year before, much was Jamaican murdered. He still sit as Minister of National Insecurity. She stepped down long time.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, my brother. But the first person who step down is the criminal in Jamaica, is the Prime Minister. That him to do. You whole lock, stack and barrel of them, you just put them in a one barrel. You know, the first time rum barrel, a Jimmy Jar or something there. And you put all that find him. Yeah, the whole time barrel he met with board. He met with board and some sitting. And after you put them in there, you lock them, put it on one boat, I put on sink up upon your chair, now middle of sea out of Cayman Trench and drop you off. So, chance to come down, him himself to come down too. If so be the case, the Prime Minister needs to come down. They need a change, man. Jamaica, look for, no, Jeffrey, you know what hurt me? As a young girl, young child growing up, we had our aim, our determination. And when we get big, what we are going to do, and with dreams. And when you look, when you become an adult, you get kids, and you fight with your people them, and you help them to achieve certain goals, and look to see them for your last moment. You put them and go achieve and be proud of them. All you tarry till you tarry, you never come. Jeffrey, you get up every morning, you go work, you come in, you're tired. More time and two, you know, if you bed, make you go bed. Can you you're tired, and Jeffrey, when you get it paid, you bet with all yourself, Jeffrey. Jeffrey, when you get paid, you know how you start spending. Can you say you buy bread, you sugar can't buy. You pay JPS like bill, this can't pay. Jeffrey, you know, easy out there, no, brother. For the majority of people here, people are talking, you know, the few people where live life out here, and the connected few, Jeffrey. Jeffrey's just the connected few. And when you look now, Trump said, I got dash when most of the people them were over there hustling and send plate. What gonna happen to we? And that this a cruel man, no again high fine, and then they so blatantly I tell we lies the high fine. Well, the aisle fine and the right man I got there at the end of the street. Because me certain was it. Mark Golden, fine high. Every Jamaican household life are gonna live up in some way or some farm. The farmer them are gonna start farm, and we are gonna get better job, and we are gonna drive out some of them Chinese, yeah, and do your own thing, yeah, back AMC and do everything. And that's my dream. Pick your girl school, road I go fix, hospital I go fix. It not gonna come quick, and not gonna be easy. But if you help and fit through, we are going to be like how Michael Manley take a backside money and fix the country. So the oil money are going to fix the country. And when time we go foreign, only on vacation. And you're going to find less people around to go for because as much payable job are going to have Jamaica. And we are going to stay we are and fix we are.
You know something to call her? And we gotta go now.
Yeah.
You know something? If oil is, well, let me say this. Daryl Vaz is saying to the people of Jamaica that there is no oil found in Jamaica. The question we must ask Minister Vaz is this. Why did United Oil and Gas went to the Jamaican embassy in London with a presentation? Why is United Oil and Gas on the NCB capital market trying to get 140 million Jamaican dollars, 700,000 pounds, equivalent to 140 million Jamaican dollars?
Oh my.
Why is it that United Oil and Gas is trying to get something out of the capital market? And why did the people of United Oil and Gas went to the Jamaican embassy in London for a presentation, and the Jamaican ambassador had them there. It cannot
Because
hold on
I
there for
tried.
me. Hold on there for me. It cannot be that the Jamaican ambassador act on his own, not Nagasa. Anything that he has to act on has to come from Kingston, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade.
That's the things, them, brother.
So I want to know, is it that the hierarchy of the Jamaica Labour Party or the hierarchy of the government of this country still consider the Jamaican people to be a bunch of dodo heads?
Yes. That then take with about what happened now. All of the rat trap a backfire upon them. Because there's a man who sit high and look down low. My grandfather always said, me say, time. Time. And whatever you do,
Miss P,
you'll get it back.
I gotta run. I have a conference call coming in from Marie. Know who this is? I can't call the name on here. Everybody know who this is. I have to run because there's a conference call coming in with His
Big up
Excellency the
yourself.
Governor.
Big up yourself and big up everybody. Big up yourself, Sister Marie. God
Blessings,
bless you
my
and
sister.
Francis,
Yes,
in a
you
press
too. Have a
together.
good one. Appreciate you. Yes.
Okay, sister.
All right. Marie, our closing remarks, and I go to this conference call coming in by the fearless leader, the future fearless leader of Jamaica.
Yeah, thanks for having me on, Jeffrey. And I say to you, the persons in the chat, and as we go through these days, everywhere there are problems. Everywhere there are problems. There is problems. So I say, take care of your mental health. Find something in yourself that's worthy of approval. Love yourself. Invest in yourself. Develop yourself, no matter what. Because to thine own self, one has to be true. And at the end of the day, though no man is an island and no man stands alone, everyone came into the world alone and we'll leave it alone. So giving something to yourself is not a bad thing. Not a bad thing at all. So I say, give yourself permission to love yourself today. Give yourself permission to take a mental health break. And give yourself the permission to speak truth to power, no matter who likes it. And I say to everybody, have a good night. And Jeffrey, thanks for having me on again. And a blessed good night to you and your family.
Thank you so much, Marie. And remember to try, I know you're busy, but organize yourself, and not maybe next Monday or the other Monday, organize yourself to put on a presentation, all right?
No worries, Jeffrey. That is fine.
All right.
All right. Thanks. Have a good one.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I want to say thanks to all those who make this possible. Thanks to all those who make this possible. Thanks to Miss Stacey Knight. Thanks to Ambassador Curtis Ward. Thanks to the producers of this program. Thanks to our moderator, Walking in Divine Purpose, who make this possible. Thanks to Owen Brown, who continue to push this program. Sometimes I don't feel like come on and push it. And thanks to my two good friends, Long Distance Puller and the Vitamin Wilfred Rattigan. On behalf of all of us here, I am Jeffrey Tavares saying thank you all very much. May God bless you. May God bless Jamaica land we love. Have a great night, everybody. Good night.
When the game gets rough and this life just seems so tough, make we talk, my people, make we talk. When this town becomes an ugly place, don't let it erase the smile from your face. Make we talk, people, make we talk. Conversation is the key, a guiding light for you and me. Spark a talk and you will see. Conflict solver A to Z. World leaders master the art of self-defense just by talk. So people, make we talk. Hey, we're living in a world that on ourselves we must depend. Make we talk.